Effective, invisible, and amazingly affordable. Use the link in the description to get started.
Right, and we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It is a Tuesday afternoon, and this marks the return of our live news shows. I've been trying to do them the last couple of months, stuff like that, and but we are back, and we will be doing these at least twice a week from here on out. And basically, it's an opportunity for us to engage as rugby fans in between the various rugby weeks and just chat a little bit about everything that's happening, because there is a lot that is going on. We've obviously got Springbok squads, which are set to be announced in the next few weeks. We're coming into URC playoffs. We've got an EPCR Challenge and Champions Cup final taking place this weekend. So really, really exciting times if you are a rugby fan, because we're now moving into the real busy stuff with regards to the domestic season. And then after that, we then move into the international season, which is starts on 22nd of June with our first game against Wales. So that's going to be fantastic, and really, really excited to see how we can. First of all, what sort of team we send over to Twickenham, as well as what the sort of the general squad and the way we play is going to be. You know, we've got an interesting year ahead for the Springboks with regards to a new World Cup cycle, and obviously that's going to be super interesting how that goes. But in terms of today's show, lots to talk about. We're going to be talking about the SA Rugby transformation progress, because the video out yesterday which detailed the fact that they have not been hitting targets, for example, and that there could potentially be consequences. And they have then actually come out with a statement regarding the transformation update, basically, and what's sort of going on. And they've kind of hit back a little bit at the media, but you know, I also think there's a certain amount of where there's smoke, there's fire. So I do think that there are genuine issues. But we're going to go through that statement. Mark Alexander sort of very much the one that sort of quoted in it about what the strategic transformation development plan for 2030 looks like, where they are, as well as, you know, what the plan is for the next few years to try and achieve that plan. So yeah, we're going to talk a little about that. We're going to talk about potentially 4 South Africans being on the radar to play for England. All those players currently playing in the Premiership, and some very high-profile players, which are potentially making us a little bit about that as well. And we'll talk a little bit about Sharks and whether this week can really be an opportunity for them to turn a season around and to salvage a season, and what they sort of need to be able to do that. So lots to talk about in the next sort of half an hour. So if you have any questions, anything you want to sort of talk about or want to ask, put them in the comments. Apart from that, make sure you like that video, and let's get into it, shall we? So yesterday, I put a video out, and it was based on a couple of the articles, mainly the one from a report on Sunday, which said that a 206-page report along those lines, had been sent out to all the local unions, detailing the sort of progress during the 3 season. And the big sort of red flags was the transformation issue, well, the lack of transformation that was happening. And the article detailed the fact that both the Springboks, as well as several local unions, in particular the Bulls and Lions, have been unable to hit the transformation targets during 2023. Suggested that there might even be consequences because of that. Now, in response to that article, SA Rugby have released a statement which is titled SA Rugby very happy with transformation progress. So let's get stuck into it, shall we? And then we'll talk a little bit about you know, where the various articles have merit, and what's worth about and what's maybe not worth talking about as well. So over here it says the latest internal audit of SA Rugby Strategic Transformation Development Plan 2030, the STDP, paints a picture of a sport tracking firmly in the right direction, said Mark Alexander, the president of the South African Rugby Union, Monday. He said, and I quote, "Overall, I'm very happy with our performances. The provincial unions all showed massive commitment and passed their self-determined targets. Team demographics are a challenge in some areas, but pathways are becoming better transformed, which is very positive for the future." So now immediately, an interesting thing he's saying there is self-determined targets. So, these are not targets that SA Rugby have said they may have to hit. It sounds like they've kind of said to the local unions, okay, well, what is realistic for you guys to hit with your current challenges? And they say, cool, this is what we think we can probably do. And they say, cool, stick to that, and they have hit that. We don't know what that is, though. And I would wager, pretty much guaranteed, that it's very much not what the sport and recreation, that is sort of the government policies will be, nor what probably SA Rugby's policy would be in terms of regards to the numbers they would like to hit. He said the STDP 2030 encompasses all areas of endeavour in rugby, including operations such as procurement, governance, staffing, committee, as well as team graphics. That's also quite an important part. It's not just about having players of colour. It's about transforming the administration. It's about transforming the support staff. It's about the way that these unions are run, and transformation is more than just a tick box representation with regards to racial groups being represented. It's also about young generation coming through. It's about men and women, for example, and having more sort of women involved in rugby, and trying to really transform all the various different sort of facets that all sort of link together in one big puzzle. And it does have to transform, because the reality is that we go back 20, 30, 40 years, and everything was being run by sort of white male South Africans. And that's kind of needs to change. It needs to change, but throughout, and this is what I'm saying. It's things like the coaches are so important, and that's why it's vital that coaches like the SM20 coach, Fran Clerk, who I really rate, gets back. For example, we need to see more of these sort of coaches coming through. So Stick, Deon David's very much at the forefront of transformation, and that's also an important part, especially also in governance. Staffing, so it's not just about the players, not even just about the players and the coach. Who are the physios, who's the administration. When you're looking at the various different sort of unions, and who's making up the boards and stuff like that. It's a lot more than just 23 player names on paper. And as Anna said, that transformation is a process, and when you turn on the television and watch rugby at all levels, it's very easy to see the progress we are making on the field. He says what you don't see are the other areas of diversity and inclusions that are advancing at a rapid pace and are covered by the STD 30, which focuses on across the game skills and capacity development, demographic representation, performance, community development, and social responsibility and corporate governance. So again, not just about the players you see on the TV, but are there more pathways being created? Are we getting more grassroots programs? Are we getting the communities behind these programs? Are we seeing clubs being backed and clubs sort of growing in the club circuit? That's also an important part. He said, and this is where he does, that improvement is nowhere more obvious than at the level of our national team, where we have made groundbreaking strides under the leadership of Rassie Erasmus. Yes, we have targets for Springboks in demographics, but we also have performance targets. Will not compromise. We are definitely tracking in the right direction on both fronts. So that's a big thing that will sort of allay a lot of fears for rugby fans. He says, there are performance targets would not be compromised by demographic targets, for example. So, they're not going to pick players for the sake of ticking boxes. They are going to pick a team, a squad, a setup to win World Cups, to win trophies, to be at the top of the level, and they're not going to compromise that. So that is a very big win and a very big positive, that a lot of people are worried about. Are we going to, be compromising the standards of the Springboks to accommodate a rushed, and maybe a very generic, but maybe a very tick box like transformation policy. He says, and this is where he has a go at the media, saying misleading headlines are making a mountain out of a moleheap regarding the transformation outburst in the media. But our organization has a much broader lens through which to view the state of play. Inclusion is as equally crucial as is diversity, as it ensures that everyone is treated equally as a voice in the environment. Our commitment extends beyond diverse representation. We are dedicated to fostering an inclusive culture where every player, regardless of their background, feels valued and heard. Sounds great. It does sound great and very easy to say as a administrator. To sort of sit there and say, this is what we want to do and stuff like that. In terms of misleading headlines, well, maybe they are, maybe they aren't. Again, I think that's a misleading statement itself, because I think various things are true at the same time. I think it is obviously true that the Springboks and provincial unions have not hit the transformation targets from a demographic point of view that have been set out to them. They have basically been told, cool, you need to have this sort of representation by here, by here, by here, and they're not hitting those targets, which is what the articles are saying. So, they're not misleading with regards to being factually incorrect. And that's why you can't say that they're incorrect. You say, oh, they're misleading because, they're not thinking of the whole picture. But at the same time, they are correct in saying, well, these unions are not hitting the targets. And what will that mean? If it's a situation of, well, they're not hitting the targets, but, at the end of the day, it means that they need to review, they need to keep sort of working on it, but they're not going to suddenly have funding cuts and stuff like that, then people will be okay. And that's it says, oh, cool, we know we need to transform, we know the transform needs to happen, but how does it happen? And how do we sort of hit these targets? If you can sit there and say, well, we are seeing positive progress and we are seeing these programs working, so it's about being patient and things are going well, great. But the reality is, I said, and this is the big thing that people are worried about for years, is that, government policies and the Department of Sport and Recreation and stuff like that has set up these policies and these targets, and there is the threat of being defunded, for example, or being having their sort of affiliation removed if these targets are not set, are not hit. They haven't yet. There's a big issue there about the protests, and there was talk about protests getting banned, for example, because of political interference is against a lot of the national bodies' policies, for example. So we've seen various countries, for example, being banned from various unions because of political interference. So that has been always the big problem, and the big worry is that are these transformation policies, are these especially the tick box ones, which have influenced selection in the past. Is this going to lead us down the road where it is classified as political interference, and is there then a possibility of our unions not being or being kicked out of the national body? Which I don't think we need to worry about just yet. I don't think we're quite there, but that is always sort of the worry. That has always been the sort of rhetoric. Well, what does it mean? He finishes by saying, the Springboks are the best players available in any calendar year to represent our country. They reflect the funnel of available talent and real progress is being made in creating opportunities and new heroes for every community. I think that is a very important sentence. They reflect the funnel of available talent. And that's what I was saying yesterday. At the end of the day, and this is why I think, it's been a very interesting conversation with regards to the T20 Cup squad for the Proteas. The Springboks are a representation of what's happening behind the scenes. At the end of the day, they are the very, very top. They are the end of the pyramid. They are the top of the pyramid, the end of the funnel, for example, and they reflect what is happening in the country, what is happening at our provincial unions, our universities, our schools, our clubs, for example. They represent the entire rugby ecosystem, and they represent what that funnel is. And if there's not transformation as apparent in the Springboks, it means that there's no transformation in the funnel, and that's where transformation is potentially failing, and is failing. I think somebody as a comment yesterday, and I'd love to fact check it and just check it, but he was they were basically saying if you look at the top schools in the country at the moment, and you take the top 5 or 6 countries, whatever, for example, you look at their squads of 30 people, said it is really concerning how few players of color are involved in those programs, and that is what we mean by the funnel. In that it's just we're not achieving a representative or representation of players across the country at a high caliber, which is then not going to organically affect in our teams. At the end of the day, as we all say, it shouldn't matter what the team looks like when it comes to a Springbok level. But why is it that 30 years on, it's still so irreflective of the demographics of the country? Now, there are obviously going to be external threats, and facts and stuff like that, and it's not as simple as to sit there and say, cool, the representation of ethnic groups across the racial groups across the country are 10%, 10%, and therefore the Springbok should be 10% this, 10% that. It's not that simple, and should never be that simple. It's a very simplistic way of looking at it, very unproductive way of looking at it. But why is it 30 years that a 10% minority group represents an 80% certain sporting codes? And again, it's not necessarily that sporting code's fault. There are so many different factors why this is the case, but just understand why this is happening. and how this can potentially change, because there's no doubt that while some, for example, structures and schools, for example, will very much be at the head of transformation, embracing it, like Rusty Rasmus has done it so well, there's definitely situations, and I've seen it firsthand. I've been involved in sports administration at various different levels, where there is almost pointedly not any sort of buy-in to try and grow player bases and to try and give opportunities to those that previously have access to them. And what we've seen in your stories, like your your particularly is opportunity is the biggest problem for all athletes in the country. It's access, coaches, facilities, structures, opportunity to be noticed. For example, as somebody who goes to a good school is going to trials, going to clinics, they're going to getting the best coaches. These coaches are then the selectors, and it all becomes a very sort of close knit type of group, and it's very difficult to break in. So that's the big thing: is to break down all those structures at these levels, give the access and the opportunity to as many people as possible. Natural talent, the cream will rise to the top, as we say. And he then finishes by saying the Springbok team have contributed positively to social cohesion in our country, no doubt. The recent honorary doctorate received by Rassie Erasmus was well deserved because he understands what it means to be a South African. Picks players based on what they can bring to the team, one another. He said the STDP is a process with a finishing line in 2030. The annual reports are a way of measuring progress, celebrating success, and noting areas for eventual improvement. Love to get a hand on this document, and we will try and see if we can get our hands on it and go through it and see where, for example, he says the areas for eventual improvement, where can they improve, where they're not improving, and where do the issues lie. The Springboks are a team that have definitely promoted social cohesion. It's the perfect story, isn't it? And the microcosms of society represented in various different stories told about these players and by these players. I think that's the important. Players have been able to be there and talk about the experience, what worked, what didn't work, what was difficult for them, what changed for them. And it's fantastic having that, almost a bit of a martyr type of team, that right at the top, that's what we want to be at. And we want to get there. And by being, the world champions, there'll be literally millions of kids around the country and hundreds of thousands of them that'll want to play for the Springboks. The question is, do they have access to everything they need to make that dream a reality? There's no doubt that over the years, there are thousands of talented athletes who are good enough to play provincial rugby, professional rugby, maybe even Springbok rugby, that don't because they don't have access to the structures opportunities needed for them to be able to go from being a talented individual to being and we've got to be very careful that we don't just throw around a documentary like Chasing the Sun, which is fantastic, without any real change happening in the background. You've got your reason, you've got something to aspire to. I'll give those that are inspired the access they need, the opportunities they need to then become part of the narrative. Don't just build a narrative over a select few and just assume that, well, because we've got a cool documentary that shows on a paid TV network, all of a sudden he's going to have all these players coming through. We're not going to have to worry about transformation. It's all going to take care of itself. We've got to make sure that we are opening the doors all the different places in the country, all the different communities, and that's not just that's more, for example, than just going into a township and having a rugby clinic. There are certain structures where schools, and you could be at a really good school, you can be at private schools, you can be at a school with a decent rugby program, but because you're not considered a traditionally big rugby school, you won't be looked at by coaches. You won't even have the opportunity to go to trials. I remember checking a Craven Week side, and Craven Week side had, I think, 19 players from one school, and it was the Lions Craven Week side. And you think about the number of schools in Gauteng and the Lions region. Okay, cool. Take away the Victoria schools, but you think about the schools in the Lions region, and I struggle to believe that the reserve tight head, for example, who can't play, who comes off the bench because he's not in the best tight in his team, is better than every single tight head at every other school in this province. Maybe it is the case. I doubt it. I'd be surprised if there's one school which is just so phenomenal that their 22 players or 20 players or whatever it was is literally better than all the other schools around. And I doubt that's true. I think that there's certain schools that certain coaches, which get looked at far sooner and far more seriously than other schools. Players get dismissed by saying, cool, well, he's good, but he's playing in a weak league, therefore he's actually not that good. And you don't actually know that, He could be good. He could genuinely be good. And give him the opportunity to play in a better league, and he could be as good. But if he doesn't get the chance, how's he going to prove that, If you're a rugby, for example, the school I went to, I wasn't a great rugby player. I was never going to make it. I never had to worry about that. But I can guarantee you, I was not going to make a Springbok. I was not going to become a Springbok going to the school I went to. If I had maybe played for club, for example, and then got noticed that, or I went to a university and played Varsity Cup, I would have had to have gone that kind of direction. I was never going to make a Craven Week side going to the school I went to. And there are lots of people in a similar situation where they and parents, for example, you don't know if your kid's going to become a Springbok, and some parents, will sit there and be realistic and say, well, the chances are you won't be, so therefore we're going to send you to the best school we can to give you a well-rounded education, good academics, etc., 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 and you can play rugby along the way. Some parents kind of go the opposite and sit there and think, well, we think you're going to become a Springbok, therefore we're going to make sure you go to the right school to get you noticed, to get you into the right programs, to get you into the provincial side, and so it goes. So I think that's an important part of transformation, that it's not about just having local community rugby programs for the underprivileged and township schools. I mean, obviously we know that's an untapped resource. It's still an untapped resource. But it's more than just that. It's also about making sure, like, for example, Varsity Shield and Varsity Cup. Varsity Cup, all of a sudden we were sort of gate-kept with, these are the universities that can produce sportsmen. And the other universities had plenty of talent. And also at the same time, you've only got 5 universities, you've only got 5 squads worth of players. By having a Varsity Shield, a second tier, you suddenly open yourself to another 8 universities, 8 squads. Your player database is growing. And Varsity Cup you start picking up players from these things. Herschel Yankees is the World Cup winner. He came from a Varsity Shield university. He would have never been a World Cup winner if it weren't for the Varsity Shield, not just the Varsity Cup, the Varsity Shield. Played in a second tier university competition, and from there, playing for the Springboks, winning World Cup. Now, that's kind of an example of how transforming structures can work. Because if it wasn't for those sort of structures, it wasn't for them having that access and the opportunity, he wouldn't have been noticed and he wouldn't be the player he is. Pio Gianti, for example, well, it wasn't a great school way rugby, went to university, played with a Res League, got picked up. They said, cool, come play for UJ, breakout season, come play for Lions, breakout season, come play for the Box, breakthrough player, World Player of the Year. So I think that's an important thing, that we've got to move away from thinking transformation means more players of colour in the Springboks. That is obviously, the end goal is to be representative, and that's unfortunately how we kind of trivialize and make it seem as if that's what transformation is. Transformation is about a Springbok team that has 10 Black African players, a total of 17 players of colour, and we're happy. That's not transformation. Transformation is transforming all our rugby structures so that there's equal access across the country at various different at levels, that the environment is healthy, the environment is transformative, which acknowledges, welcomes, and accepts those from different environments, different cultures, different socioeconomic backgrounds, for example, and basically creates a rugby ecosystem which anybody can be part of and thrive. That's the important part, the thriving as well, that everybody part of that ecosystem has an opportunity to thrive in it and reach the top if they are good enough, if they're willing to work, if they are at the level they need to be. But until we open up that access to as many people as possible, we're going to struggle to transform. So that's my 2 cents. I don't know if any of it makes sense, but hey, that's my take on it. I said I've been involved in various sports administration at university levels, at junior levels, at university, inter-university levels and stuff like that. So, you kind of see ways as well. You kind of see where some of the shortcomings potentially are and some out. And fortunately, we judge everything based on what's happening at the top, and we don't realize exactly why that's the issue. But the more you look into the bottom structures and the structures before then, you start to understand why this is so important. And it's simple to just roll your eyes at a national level and say, oh, but this is not important. But it's important because it shows you the failings of what's happening at levels which are relatable to us. Your child playing, your cousin playing, you playing, for you in administration. We can't relate to I can't relate to Peter Steph with regards to his rugby journey, but I might have a child one day, and what does his rugby journey look like, and how does it look like? Do I have to send him to one of 2 schools be able to get him into a academy side, to get him noticed, to get him to to university, get him into Varsity Cup, to get him into union, etc., etc., etc. Or is it going to be a situation where by the time I potentially might have kids that the structures are there, so I can send them to lots of different schools, whilst knowing that there's still the chance for him to or her to that's also obviously the important part. There's far more opportunities for women athletes for them to get to the level that they can reach. So hopefully that's kind of part of that, and that's why I really want to get my hands on this board and understand what are the areas they're focusing at, what are the areas they think they are succeeding, what are the areas they reckon they're failing at. Because I think that would be a very interesting. But yep, that's my rant over. I've been going for 20 minutes, so I'll cut it short there and move on to another big story which I wanted to cover. But if you have any other thoughts, put those in the comments. Let's have a conversation about it. I've seen interesting comments coming out in my initial video about it. Some with a lot of information, which I thought was quite interesting. Some people really dismissive about it. Unfortunately, we can't just be dismissive about it. We've got to engage. Got to engage. I know it's, and I also have days where I'm like, oh, I'm just sick of all these various issues and stuff like that. Not necessarily talking about transformation, just in general. But unfortunately, we've got to engage as sports fans because we've got to get a holistic understanding. We've got to get on board with it. We've got to understand what it means. And some people, they get involved more than just in the comment section. They'll go and say, you know what, look at this. I want to go get involved in my local club or my local school, and I'm going to try and see, how can I be part of the solution and not just become a somebody who just complains about things on social media whilst drinking. That's kind of that. You need people to have buy-in, so support to various programs if we are to continue to how do we become maybe powerhouse? How do we become a sporting powerhouse? We all know that this nation can be. But yes, let's move into this. Speaking of the sporting nation this can be, well, the England Rugby are trying to become a Springboks in terms of just trying to become the world champions, and they are looking at some South Africans to do that. There's apparently a 4 South African wish list, which Steve Borthwick currently has. Guys trying to get a couple of these players to switch allegiance and make them wearing a white in national arena. The first one is from the Les Tigers, and that is Arno Liebenberg. So apparently, obviously, with doors going, Borthwick is looking at lots of different options, and we saw some of them during the Six Nations. But apparently, Arno Liebenberg, who played over 100 games for Leicester Tigers, is on the radar for England. He's obviously a former junior Springbok, very talented player, and apparently it looks like he potentially might be available for England at the start of next season, and could get a call up for the tests, which he actually might play against the Springboks. So I think it would be a good signing for them. I mean, well, very comments, it's a concept idea of an international signing, but I think it would be a good acquisition. He's 28 years old, so he's playing, probably some of his best rugby of his career. He's captained Leicester Tigers. He's a leadership type figure, big presence, about almost 2 meters tall, well over 100 kgs, from Brackenfell to hard as nails. So that'll be an interesting one. Another one is another flank, and that's Jacques Vermeulen for Exeter Chiefs. Massive big ball carrying type of presence. Had a really good season for the Chiefs. He's also a junior Springbok, but didn't really crack a nod when it came to sort of high honours. 29 years old, just turned 29, played a lot of rugby for the Sharks. Well, initially for Western Province, then went to the Sharks, playing for Exeter Chiefs since 2019. Similar sort of frame to Arno Liebenberg, maybe even a bit bigger. But again, experienced campaigner and could definitely add a lot to that England side. And then there's 2 backline players. The first one, and this is an interesting one for somebody who never really got the pearls, maybe a little bit like Jasper Wiese. I don't think he was ever really rated as highly as he probably is now. He was a bit of a journeyman, actually, during his career over here. And that is Bernard Janse van Rensburg, the 7 years old who played for Limpopo Bulls, then Leopards, then Sharks. Played for Pucker as well. But if you go through his senior career, he played for Leopards, Sharks, then to the Southern Kings on loan, then made the move to Free State, played for the Cheetahs quite a few times. He then went overseas to Japan before making the move to London Irish. Now made the move to Bristol Bears, and he's been an absolute standout in the Premiership. Very interesting that he's potentially on the radar. And I do think that centre is a position that England have sometimes struggled to get things right. To get it right, they've brought in a lot of different people, in, for example, and nobody I don't think is really sort of tied down. So you play at 12 and 13. So option. There, I think England, yeah, they need a centre. They need centres. You know, they keep going back to Mono Tuilagi, which sort of shows you that they struggled really to find someone to take up the mantle. So I think he'd be an interesting one. And then the other one is somebody who's been on a lot of people's radars and a lot of conversations about him, and that is Tyrone Green. The Harlequins fullback has arguably been the best fullback in the season. He can play 11. Fantastic counter-attacking player. He also played for Junior Springboks and made the move during COVID. He was fantastic for the Lions. He really was. I think if he had stayed at the Lions, he'd probably be on the Springbok radar. And he's been quite open about the fact that he wants to play international rugby. And I think he's a bit like a Ruben Ackerman, probably like all four of these players. They'd love to play for the Springboks, but that opportunity is not going to come for them. And it's, well, you can play England when you're not going to play international rugby, then they're going to go for England. And why not? I've never had a problem with it. I know some people don't get it. You know, playing your country, calling them a traitor. I don't think it like that at all. At the end of the day, you know, it's so difficult to become a Springbok, but this is a global world we live in. And if you make the move, for example, I mean, Tyrone Green's 4 years into his England career. Dark has been there since 2019. Liebenberg's been there also for a long time. And if they feel that their adopted nation is one they want to represent, then why not? Yeah, Liebenberg's in 19, he's been there for 5 years. He spent more time playing in the Premiership than he has for the Bulls. So he made about 60, 70 caps for the Bulls, as well over 100 for Leicester Tigers. So he's played more rugby in the UK than he has in South Africa. So if he feels he wants to represent them, then why not? And I think it's cool. I think it's a great testament to the talent of this country if we do see our players. You know, for example, I keep saying we should be celebrating a Carl Stade, a BITDEFENDER, for example, not berating them and saying, oh, well, they wouldn't have been good enough for the Springboks. It's not about that. It's about the fact that, these players, Lay Bloomers, for example, for whatever reason, due to different factors, didn't get the chance. They went overseas. They're making a living, and cool. We've now produced some great world-class players. Why don't we celebrate that? I do think BITDEFENDER could play for the Springboks. I think he was in the environment and given his work on stuff like that, I do think he could work there. But I think it's just for me, I just find it a bit of a weird reaction that as soon as we see a South African-born player playing for another country, we default back to, well, he wasn't good enough for us. Just appreciate what they are. At the end of the day, that's we produced the talent. They had their learnings down here. Much like people will celebrate someone like Elon Musk. I personally don't claim him, but we celebrate South Africans achieving everywhere else in the world except for in the sporting realm, where we then just decide their traits representing South Africa. It's a weird kind of vibe, isn't it? Yeah, that's an interesting one. So those four players are on the England radar. And that, as I mentioned, is Bernard Jasper van Rensburg, Hanno Liebenberg, Jacques Vermeulen, and Tyrone Green. The last thing I want to talk about is the Sharks, who are playing on Friday. And they've got a chance to salvage their season. They cannot make the Champions Cup or the URC playoffs. They currently sit down at a very woeful 13th on the log. In terms of playoff positions, they are 20 points behind. Where potentially 8th, so they've had an absolutely dreadful URC season. But they could yet, first of all, qualify for the Champions Cup, and second of all, come away with the trophy if they were to win it at Friday night at Twickenham in the Challenge Cup. So a potential season salvaged for the Sharks. The question is, do they kick on? And if they don't win the Challenge Cup, it's amazing. It's a bit like Manchester United. I'm a United fan, and we've got the FA Cup final on Saturday. Sharks have had a dreadful league season, their league season being the URC, but a win on Friday suddenly means that they could qualify for the Champions Cup. So it's the same as if they finished top 8, and they add a trophy to their cabinet. And is that a more successful season? For example, I mean, what's going to piss me off is if the Lions finish 8th, then the Sharks win, and we don't get that spot in the Champions Cup. But is that a more successful season, for example? Then yeah, then that's been a great season. But if they don't win, then it's been an awful season. So it's amazing how 180 minutes is going to define the season for the Sharks. For example, the Lions, if they make it to 7th and they guarantee a Champions Cup place and they bomb out in quarters, I don't care. Successful season, we'll see you in the Champions Cup next season. I think the Bulls, for example, they're in to try and win the URC. I think nothing short of winning a URC will be a bit of a failure for them because they've been trying to add silverware. They're a squad that's add silverware. They're 2 points behind Munster. They're ahead of Leinster and Glasgow Warriors, and they can stay ahead of them as long as they get a bonus point win in their last game. They're going to have a home quarterfinal. If they win, they could even have a home semi-final. If Munster were to get knocked out, they could even have a home final. So I think for them, for example, only winning silverware would be a successful season. Stormers, I think their season's been a bit of a step back. I think they'll be glad that they're still in sort of 5th place. I think semi-finals will probably be a good season for them. But for the Sharks, they have to win a trophy, don't they? Otherwise, it will be an absolute stuff-up and a disaster season for them, who are starting to look at their best. I mean, pulled off a miracle job to get to that final. The question is, can they do it once again against a very, very good Gloucester side on Friday evening? We will obviously be live for that game as well, so you can come and join us. So going into some of the comments, Matthew Dixon earlier saying, it is all about building the structures and formation of competitions that promote competition between each other. I like that. John Stewart saying, if we're winning, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Leave Rusty and co. Clearly know what they're doing. Jan HB saying, playing for another country is a good thing if they qualify. They deserve that. Good on them. I 100% agree. I like that attitude. And then John saying, Stevie, if there's one thing I can ask of you, no matter how big a channel gets in the future, don't dare to get rid of the original green screen. Talking about, I suppose, because I'm pointing at my actual green screen and I suppose pointing at the office. No, I think the OG office will stay. I like my OG office. It was one of the first things I did. The Watchalong studio, that might change, obviously has changed as we've gotten going. Just that's more about bringing in more things, more elements which you guys can enjoy. But my OG Watchalong studio, I'm very fond of it. I don't think this will 10 years time if we're still doing this, we'll be at you. People, thank you very much for joining me. It's been fun getting back onto the live streams. We will be doing this more, so make sure you come and join us. We'll try and do some lunchtime shows, maybe even do some morning shows. We'll even put out a poll to find out kind of what sort of times these shows you enjoy and base things like that. But keep well, keep safe, and we will see you guys.
Hello and welcome. My name is Reese, and today I'm going to be speaking to you about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. Forever Sports is proudly supported by BITDEFENDER, one of the global leaders in cybersecurity. Stay safe with the most consistently top-rated antivirus of the last 10 years and counting. To protect yourself from cyber attacks, protect your browsing and personal information, and so much more, get BITDEFENDER. With BITDEFENDER's premium VPN, digital privacy and freedom is as easy as flicking on a light switch. Bank, stream, and download without exposing a single byte of personal information. Unblock your favorite streaming sites and get access to content that you want to watch on up to 10 devices today. Effective, invisible, and amazingly affordable. Use the link in the description to get started.
Right, hello and welcome to Between Two Fans. These are your two coordinating fans today, both sporting the grey. Not sure what the mood is. I suppose Dan is commiserating another Premier League season. Not in the title challenge. Steve is mourning the fact that we were almost in the bottom 10. So not been a good football weekend, but we'll get to that. But these are your two fans, Stevie P and Mr. Dan Scholes. Dan, how are you?
Stevie, good. I can rest well knowing that at least, Liverpool didn't come second. So you don't look back with the hope. We didn't let the hope kill us right at the end. It was a slow demise. But an emotional goodbye to my main man, Jurgen. What a guy. Even creating a new song for the incumbent Arno Slot, his successor. But otherwise, phenomenal, Stevie. Jeepers, we are at the business end of the season. We're talking
all sports, all of it.
European rugby, European football, IPL final, all within a weekend. Which is, well, actually, conference, the Europa League is tomorrow, so not even the weekend, before the weekend. Lots to come. Lots
yes.
to come.
And probably before a bit of a calm. This is kind of the storm before the calm.
Yeah. So, buckle in, get yourselves ready. We're going to be going over URC, Premiership Rugby, Champions League, Europa League, just a Prem.
FA
We got
Cup.
breaking news from Chelsea, from the Chelsea management position. And then, of course, the first of the IPL playoffs has just been played this evening. So we're going to get all into it, Stevie. But before we jump into that, let's look back at last week. We have a little prediction game going here, and I've been recommended by a dear friend of ours, Ricky Johnson. And he said, listen, loving the predictions, the comeback's on. He knows it. He believes it. He says, but there's got to be a forfeit. So we've agreed that opposite member has got to wear, I would have to wear a Man United jersey. Steve would have to wear a Liverpool jersey. Or, to be fair, he even said Arsenal because he reckons that you are Arsenal's biggest hater. So I'd be happy with Arsenal either because I think...
I'm trying to decide which one I'd rather not wear, actually. It's a huge one. It's a huge one. No more Arsenal fans is the problem.
Yeah, okay. Well, then I'm happy with Arsenal just because I think that'll put you in more pain. So the race is on to 15. So at the end of last week, it was 8-6. Remember, it was an 8-2. So I was 4 on the bounce, come back well and truly on. Let's see what happened last week. We put our predictions on the Lions versus Glasgow game. Lions going down to 14 men pretty early on in the game. But a monumental comeback and blowout win. Lions by 23, winning the game 44 points to 21, doing everything.
Four cards. A yellow card followed by a red, 2 Ron Fenter. A yellow card while we had a red, and then another yellow card while we had a red.
No, huge. there was that like 15-minute passage.
Not even it's like 12 minutes or something stupid.
It's just like you couldn't do anything but score a try. No, insane comeback, and exactly without it, you would have been undoubtedly out of the URC.
No, it would have been out. Yeah,
back in contention, absolutely. Then the second, so Stevie, sorry, your prediction was Lions by 5, mine was Lions by 4. So the blowout win does give you the lead just by 1 point, but nonetheless the lead. Second game was City versus West Ham. The result being 3-1 as City became champions of England for the 4th time in a row. My prediction was 4-0 City, and yours was 3-1, Stevie. So you know what? For your lack of a kind of 18-point difference in the Lions of Glasgow, I'll give you this one on the buzzer.
It's a
gift. To that, which does give you the win for the week. But I'll go over the
We're back, boys. We're back. We're back. The slide has stopped.
Do we want to go into it? But yeah, let's get into it because I did come back.
No, it doesn't really matter.
Arsenal winning that game 2-1. My prediction was 2-0 to Arsenal. Yours was 3-0 to Arsenal. So my 2-0 being a little bit closer, but too little, too late. Stevie, you back on the scoreboard. It's 9-6, and now the race is firmly on to 15. I think it's at least got to be a couple of episodes punishment for this one. So we're going to have to start sourcing friends. If there's anyone in London with a Man United shirt, don't worry, hold on to it. I don't intend on losing this. Just if there are people.
I know people. I know people. I will sort people out. Don't you stress. We'll go and find like a proper OG one as well. Like during the time when we used to beat Liverpool on the regular, like back when it was when Ferguson basically retired Liverpool as a club. We'll go find one of those jerseys.
Okay. Calma. Let's, before we get into all the footy chat, jump into last weekend's URC fixtures, Stevie, or results.
What
rather.
A weekend.
Wow, insane.
Some mental results. I mean, from the flipping Friday.
Top 4 has changed. Glasgow in 4th all of a sudden from 1st. Munster first, Bull 2nd, Leinster 3rd.
Leinster 3rd and literally can't catch the other two unless they fumble it.
Yeah.
So Munster all of a sudden set to take top of the log and Bulls set to come second. Bulls all of a sudden with a home semi-final potential if they can get through the next 2 games.
Massive.
Connacht out the running. Bang. Cheers. Goodbye. It was nice knowing you. The Lions very much in the running. In fact, the Lions are basically guaranteed a spot as long as if they can beat the Stormers.
Well, I mean,
because Edinburgh are playing against Benetton in that last round, so one of them has to drop points.
Okay.
Yeah, big. Well, I mean, how cool is that? How cool is that for a game?
Yeah,
that's going to that last round.
That's literally the winner of that. But I mean, it's essentially, it's been a kind of a slow burner. Ospreys were in it. They fell off last week out of the contention. This week, Connacht, after losing to Storms at home, they're out of contention. So 2 more game weeks and one more game week, sorry.
One more game week, yeah. It all comes
final
down to
game
this.
week.
But then also, Ulster were in the running, but are potentially falling out. They were like, didn't have much space. And then all of a sudden, after the season they've had, beating Leinster by 2 points on Saturday to actually put themselves a little bit ahead and actually could have, I wouldn't say safety necessarily, because they can mathematically still drop. But unlikely that yeah, if they pick out 1 more point basically, or 2 more points, they're losing bonus point, and they can sneak in.
Yeah, let's quickly cover the results so people know the scores. Zebre, Scarlets winning that one 32 points to 18. A bit of a just playing for pride at that point. Big win, Munster 29 points to 26, which put them right atop Edinburgh. That was a phenomenal game on Friday because both teams really desperate to win that one and for different reasons. Edinburgh to secure top 8, which they haven't been able to. Munster now right at number 1, home final potentially on the cards. Bulls, a big points tally. We predicted it last week versus Benetton, 56 points to 35 win there for them. Benetton getting the losing bonus point, I believe, with 4 tries in any case, which was helpful, but still a blowout win for the Bulls. Ospreys beating the Drags 26 points to 13. Lions, as previously mentioned, 44 points to 21 versus Glasgow Warriors, who were number 1 when they went to the Highveld. Stormers getting an unlikely and uncharacteristic away win to Connacht. I don't think we've actually even beaten Connacht since the URC has begun. So
very really bogey team.
Yeah, a bit of a bogey team, and just a tough place to go on the fake pitch. I never like it when we're on the fake pitch.
Yeah, that 4G crap. Yeah.
Too many skins about, but big loss is Damien Willemse, who we'll get into a little bit later.
Yeah, and Sasha Faye Mugomazulu.
Yeah, but his seems only short term, but possibly missing the rest of the URC. And the 2 final fixtures were essentially B/C team Sharks going down to Cardiff,
which probably earns more than the Lions A team, to be fair. You look at some of those players.
True. And then Ulster, as previously mentioned, a massive 23 points to 21 win over Leinster, despite their financial woes this season. Obviously not a full-strength Leinster team as they are preparing for their Champions Cup final this weekend. But Stevie, how do you see this ending up? How do you like your chances? First of all, let's start with the Lions. Now going down to Cape Town for the Stormers game. That is going to be absolutely massive.
Yeah, look, I do fancy our chances. I'll tell you what. First of all, I think the Stormers, I'll be interested to see the team they put out. It's a bit of a nothing game. They can't really, they can't catch the top 4.
Yeah.
And they can't really fall out. Ulster could potentially overtake them, but the rest of the teams can only sort of go level with them. So they can't really.
They only get a home semi-final if there's an upset in the quarter.
Yeah, and then we'll have to be a couple of and it'll have to be, So it's they will have to rely on lots of different results, and I don't see any of those 4 at the top. They're really losing their quarterfinals at home. No. They've been that good. So Stormers have got something to play for, but not nearly as much as the Lions, who are playing for everything. So it's going to be an interesting one. I do think the Lions have got a bit of momentum. I think that, it's so frustrating. I look back, there's so many games the Lions have just come up short. And I look back at that Stormers game where the Stormers went well ahead. I think it was actually like one of the first, second games of the season. And they went well ahead, and Lions came back.
Gomezulu try where he was just playing tiki-taka with the ball.
There's that one. And the Lions were nowhere, and they came back. And I think had they actually had about 2 or 3 more minutes, probably were going to win it the way they were coming back. So the Lions will know they can beat the Stormers. I don't think there's actually that much between the 2 teams this season. I think Stormers have been below their level, and Lions are playing. And I think one of the commentators said it and over the weekend. They said, it was a podcast I was listening to, and they said the Lions are a much better side than their log position suggests. And I think that even as a Lions fan, I think it's probably relatively true. I don't think the way we've played, we probably should be more where Ulster is for me than having to rely on other results to sneak in. We've played well enough to have gotten to top 8. We've gotten more points we've gotten enough points that would have got us to top 8 both of the last 2 seasons.
I think you see how well they played against Glasgow, and it's the classic frustration. It's like, why can't you do this all the time? And I think it would have been very interesting had Glasgow played Lions first instead of the Bulls first, because I do think there's a bit of fatigue there as well. I mean, it's really a massive fuck up from Glasgow that they didn't get that done against the Lions, because they would have thought so, and maybe they kind of took a sigh of relief as the red card happened and thought they could walk it home. But there was still a lot of time on the clock, and you guys absolutely blew them out of the water. So I think the Lions at their best, I mean, it's great to watch, right? JC Pretorius this weekend was unbelievable. Snelle Humber still just cooking. Like
Warner van den Berg.
Playing well.
And out of nowhere, Rams McClanahan, who's basically, I think, played about 60 minutes the entire season, just comes in. It's like, who's this guy? He's still got players. Comes in.
Van der Merwe things as well.
Oh, yeah, no, standard. How he's not part of that Bok Alignment camp, I just don't know.
I think he will be soon.
Yeah.
If he puts on another season like this one, he'll have to be a part of the plans. He's not that old either. I think
he's still young. I think he's about 25.
Yeah.
But I think for me, he just fits that the profile so much of a obviously ridiculously good pace, but it's the work rate and it's the defense and it's the physicality the surprising physicality that he shows. A bit of sort of Currie Lawrence in him, in that he's deceptively strong.
Yeah.
And a good defender. So I think I'll be very surprised if we don't see him in and around that squad in the next couple of years.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's quickly look at what the fixtures are going to be for the final URC weekend. And this is only next weekend, not this weekend, but we'll get into it nonetheless. Leinster hosting Connacht. That's now a non-game for Connacht. And Leinster will be playing the week after, either becoming Champions Cup winners.
It's gonna be interesting. It's either going to be a potential hangover game in terms of, well, we won the Champions Cup, we've won, and almost our season's already done, in inverted commas.
God be with Connacht. Wow.
And then they lose that, and they've now buckled with the home semi.
To be honest,
I mean, if they got another season without silverware, it will be absolutely mental.
That would be phenomenal. I hope and pray it happens. But then we've got Glasgow Warriors versus Ebre. Bit of a dead game. Nothing really to play for other than pride. Obviously, we've just spoken about Stormers hosting Lions. The massive one, Benetton hosting Edinburgh. I expect Benetton to get it done. But, you can't really script this top 8 qualifying race. Then it's Scarlets Drags in a Welsh battle. Sharks hosting the Bulls, at which point we'll also know if the Sharks are Challenge Cup winners, and Bulls will then be wanting to cement their place. So, again, could be a hangover. I imagine the Sharks won't play a full strength team.
It's such a nothing game for them. Regardless, really. It's not like it's one of those, we've lost the Challenge Cup, therefore they can't,
Too late. Big one, Munster, Ulster. Munster will want to make sure they stay number 1. I mean, an outside chance of Bulls going number 1, which is nuts, right? Yeah. Because they're almost certainly guaranteed that dub versus Sharks. Almost certainly, it feels. I mean,
I think so. I think you don't even bother playing it. Let's not injure our Springboks. Just move on to the next game. Give them the 5 points and just put them through.
So Munster will have to beat Ulster, who also aren't secure, so they'll also be fighting for the win. And the Irish derbies have been really good recently.
Don't write off an Interpro. I mean, it's the only reason that for example, that Scarlet Dragons game could be any good in the Cardiff and Ospreys. It's Judgment Day, so it's both games at the same venue. It's a cool day.
No, for sure. And then the final one will be Cardiff versus Ospreys, both out of the running, but once again, as you said, playing for a bit of pride, and it's those local derbies which are always fun to watch, and you want to win as the players that much more than versus any other team, really.
Yeah, it's almost like national trials. You kind of feel like now, for example, like a Franco Horn who hasn't been picked in the alignment camp, he's going to go play against an Evan Roos who's been picked in the alignment camp, and you've got an opportunity to go and say, Rusty, I'm not playing the soak.
Yeah,
so there's always that part of it which I really enjoy when it comes to the Interpros.
Yeah. No, 100%. Stevie, how about the Premiership? We haven't been covering it too much. We struggled to get it all in an hour, but they had their final game week this last weekend, and we have a top 4 going into the semi-finals, and it's going to be Saracens, who actually ended up losing at home 20 points to 10 to Sale, which means that they, instead of having a potential home semi where they would have finished second, they're going to have an away to Northampton, who finished number 1. And then it's going to be Bath hosting Sale after Sale getting that win, pushing themselves into that qualification spot. I heard a ridiculous stat. I think it's an 85 win percentage for the home team in the semi-finals of the Premiership. So, I mean, with that, it looks like it'll be Northampton versus Bath, but you cannot write off the Sarries with the amount of players that are leaving as well. A lot of kind of emotional drivers for them to really want to go out on a high. Farrell, the Vinipolas, they'll want to push it. And then I think that Bath Sale game could just be fireworks blockbuster. But yeah, really exciting. And that again will be the weekend after next.
Yeah, dude, like it's at the end of the day, it's Finn Russell cooking here for Bath, He goes there, first season, they're in the semi-final. Thomas Tatoy scoring more tries than a loose forward. It's just...
Thomas Tatoy in the alignment camp, by the way. And also, just side note, I just want to say, how funny is that we're speaking about this alignment camp, which now has just become Zoom calls. They're not actually going.
Well, this one's in person, to be fair.
They're going to? I thought it was
it was announced today that it is supposed to be an in-person camp.
Oh, they're going back. Okay.
I think, from what I understood by the press release, it might even have some field work. They might even put on a boot.
Wow.
So I might actually, it is in Cape Town. Starts tomorrow actually. So this will come out on tomorrow. So it'll be today. As you're listening to this, there will be currently Kieran Hall will be stepping his way into his Bok first debut against Wales.
And to go back, is Thomas Tatoy in that alignment camp?
Well, the problem is no overseas players have been involved in the alignment camps except those that were injured, that were playing in Japan and were down here recovering. So like Jesse Creel, I think, was involved in it last time, as was Faf de Klerk, because they were both in South Africa at the time and recovering from injury. So none of the overseas players have been part of the alignment camps, or at least in that initial squad when they released it. So we don't know. So in theory, it could be. It's the same with I mean, the Dupree brothers could, for example, still be in the plans. Tyron Green could be in the plans for all we know. Because nobody in the internationals have been considered.
Yeah, and speaking of people trying to break into the system, massive news as we alluded to earlier. Damien Willemse being ruled out until November. No rugby championship for him. No Wales. No Ireland. Massive loss, particularly for the Rugby Championship and the Island Series.
I'd go as far as to argue the biggest possible loss to a certain degree. I think he's become our most valuable player, or one of our most, at least.
He was completely undroppable. There was no doubt who was starting in the 15 jersey, and you could argue that he was the best 15, if not one of top 3 at the World Cup. And in 2023, I mean, he barely actually plays 15 for Stormers, but seems to slide it on in the Springbok jersey and made it his own. Obviously, there's the obvious answer that is Willie, who's on 90-something caps, and I reckon the reason he's kind of sticking around, I'm not sure if he'll make another World Cup, but he definitely wants to get to that century.
Yeah.
I think that's the obvious answer, but your next one is who comes next, right? You have Kieran Horn, who's part of the alignment camp. Apelele Fassi, I believe, isn't. Warwick Land isn't. But the name that we've been mentioning, and the one that I would love to see, is Tyron Green.
Yeah.
Surely he slots in. I mean, he has been sensational for Harlequins. I mean, I think he makes their kind of team of the year for the Premiership. He's just everywhere, and I think has rightfully earned, as his surname would suggest, a spot for the green and gold.
Yeah, I think so as well. And I was doing my live show today, and worrying news, obviously, is that England apparently is very keen to potentially cap him. And I know that he is open for it. And a lot of people are saying, if he wants to play for England, then go. But
circling,
I think it's now the time in his career. He is international quality. It's that simple. He's good enough to play international rugby. He's 26 years old. So now it's time to make a decision, So whether there's a phone call to Rassi saying, listen, am I close in the picture? Or am I knocking on the door? Or am I, far
Do you
down?
think those phone calls happen? Do you think people call that? Because I in an interview with Jean Klein, he said that
there was no
out
contact.
of respect for Ireland, he never contacted South Africa and said, is there a possibility of this happening? He just happened to get the phone call. Although knowing that there was a possibility and his time frame between playing for Ireland was enough that he could now represent South Africa, he didn't actually make the first step. A little bit different because Tyrone Green hasn't represented any other international country.
My understanding was when he made the move is that he had, because remember when SA Rugby single-handedly destroyed the Lions by saying that anybody in a contract right now could walk out during COVID because they were so worried about all the money that they had to pay and stuff. So they basically gave a way out for all the players to leave with contracts, and that's why the Lions lost all their players, including Tyrone Green. And apparently there was a conversation he had that moving to the Premiership was not going to impede his chances of making the box, which you could say on paper. I still maintain. Jasper Wiese is the only player who has made it has come from the Premiership or top 14. Maybe Nicholas Janssen from Rensburg and Reinhard Alstap, but I mean they came in and out. So Jasper Wiese is the only one who's actually made it within this box setup that has been called from within.
World Cup winner,
a non-South African side.
It's much more difficult. There's definitely preference to the South African teams. You playing versus in a South African competition, they know the competition well and the opposition well. Even if it's getting your first season of Springbok caps,
you just got to get into the setup, and then you can go.
I mean, there's no doubt that like Tyrone Green isn't better than Kyon Horn, all due respect, but I think he's proven himself more, right? He's literally
he's been at that level for a longer time.
He's won a premiership as well. I think the form that he showed a couple of years ago would have earned him something if he was playing in South Africa, and I do like that because we want the youngsters to stay and not just leave straight away. There used to be obviously that 30 cap rule that only after 30 caps then you can leave and go play outside South Africa. We're about the only country that can agree on a law about where players should play, other than the French, just because they pay the most amount of money to their players, so they don't need to go anywhere else. But I would really like to see Tyrone Green get acknowledged in that way. And it's a pity Harlequins haven't made the knockout, so we can see him potentially have a shot at helping them go at that. But I mean, even just the Champions Cup run in and of itself.
First ever, I think it was the first ever Champions Cup playoff game that they won. And then they lost their semi-final or quarterfinal by 1 point. He was man of the match in that quarterfinal. So for me, he's definitely good enough. And I look at the shortfalls in inverted commas in this game, and I think they're very fixable. Some people have mentioned his defense. I think that he's such a grafter. That was the one thing when I watched him with the Lions. He was a workhorse, and that's what the box like. They want somebody that they talk about the battle stats. How many collisions will you get into?
He's on the smaller side as well, but he flies into tackles.
Yeah,
he absolutely leaves nothing out there.
Yeah, so I think I would love to see him involved in there. It's an interesting though when you think that Upper Varsity is having one of his best seasons. He's not on the radar. Warwick Kalan's come back and looked a lot better, but he's not on the radar. So I think for me, we kind of do seem to be lacking in fullback options all of a sudden. Unless you're looking at a Currie Orange, Chase and Colby as your genuine fullback options.
Even Moody. Outside chance, I think they could kind of spin that out. I mean, what's he like underneath the high wall? But I mean, maybe he's the utility back that kind of Damien Valencia is, right? Damien kind of plays similar positions except at wing. Damien can play fly off, but between them, they cover every single position in the background, which is crazy.
I'm very interested to see what happens for Wales because the Bulls might not be. If the Bulls players are involved, then for me, Kyon Horn starts. I mean, who else are you going to go with, really? You won't have Kirkley, you won't have Villy, you won't have Caden.
Is that because it crosses over with the final?
The same day.
Oh, crazy!
So the further the Bulls go in the competition,
Tyron Green. It has to be Tyron Green. Bring him back.
it actually does that. It has to be Tyron Green because the URC final is going to be Bulls versus Lions at Loftus. So
yeah, exactly. And Tyron Green's ready in London. So
I mean, we laugh. I mean, it would be an absolute. I mean, it's so cool for South African rugby. But imagine a nightmare if literally it was like a Lions Bulls or a Stormers Bulls URC final.
I think,
and we also can't pick top 14 players. Actually, we can't pick Tyron Green because it's not in the. It's on the.
I think
it's outside the international window.
Team, and then we'll go beat Wales anyways. There's no.
It'll be a team of Sharks and one of the others, whichever one is, and the Japanese-based players because we actually can't pick Premiership players because it's outside the test window.
So we couldn't even pick Tyron Green, is what you're telling me?
No, because Harlequins would have to release him, and they never do. Same as the top 14 clubs. See, at least you could finish the season tomorrow, and they will not release him.
To a very depressing one. No, and on that note, let's move on to the two massive finals this week. And it started with the Challenge Cup with Gloucester playing the Hollywood-based Sharks. Big news is that World Cup winner Lucanio Am and the Bork number 13 has been ruled out for captain. Sharks captain. So massive blow, and really been impressed with Lucanio's captaincy in this Challenge Cup run. I think.
Yeah, don't feel sorry for them.
No, not at all. Exactly. To the referee, don't feel sorry for them.
Don't feel sorry for them. No, they're doing this to us.
But we were chatting before this, and probably Francois Fuente to replace him, Stevie.
Yeah, I'd imagine. It sounds like Ethan Hooker's fit. I think he would have probably started anyway. So for me, obviously, Francois Fuente, Ethan Hooker as a combination would make the most sense. You could an outside look at maybe playing Werner Koch at outside centre. Really they haven't really done that this season. I thought at one stage that there was potential for him to make that move, but they didn't really want to pursue it. So yeah, for me, that's
he's been playing so well on the wing as well. I don't think you want to really change that. And I mean, good news is that it looks like Vincent Koch, Eben, and Ethan Hooker, as you mentioned, are all going to be fit. They were out, and all three of those names have been in the top 5 Sharks players in this Challenge Cup run. So absolutely massive that they at least get those 3 back, even though they will be missing Lucanio. And likely Bongi or Eben to captain. And interestingly, they are also 2 of the front runners for the Springbok captaincy. So kind of a little of a selection within a selection going on there at the Sharks. It will be interesting to see how that goes. But they're going against Gloucester, who've really had a horrible premiership season, ending second last with a points difference of negative 195. Granted, 90 of those came in that one game where they then took the 3 points and missed. That's one of the all-time great rugby moments. You got to feel for the kicker there, though. They're down.
I just can't understand what
nothing. And
why would you take the kick?
Oh, horrible.
I mean, 90-10, 90-13.
If you get the kick over as the kicker, it's a lose-lose. You get told you have to take the key. You're like, oh, fuck. Wow. Now the whole crowd is like giving you the big one because
it was like, oh.
If you get it over, it's like, Jez is like, oh, good on you. You've got 3 points.
Big whoop.
Which he did. It's just bugger up anyway. So, no, you got to feel for them. But alas, Gloucester not showing great form in the Premiership, although getting a win over Newcastle, which doesn't take too much, as they were.
But it's a decent squad, that Gloucester side. They've got some good players in there.
It is. I mean, they went and beat Benetton, right? Who have been really good this season and are in the top 8 race for URC. So definitely not to be written off. Johnny May, Zach Mercer, some good
Santiago
players.
Carreras, you've got Lewis Laidlaw, you've got Chris Harris is there. Obviously, Ruan Ackerman, my boy.
Yeah.
So there's some nice players in that Gloucester side. I'm very excited to watch this match. Very, very key. I think it's going to be goody.
Yeah, it's going to be massive. That's on Friday night, and to be followed up on Saturday, the juggernauts of European rugby, Leicester taking on Toulouse in the final. rugby heritage. To be honest, it's going to be absolutely blockbuster.
I mean, what would the football equivalent of this be? Like a Real Madrid, like Liverpool United final type of thing. It's like those two.
It's Real Madrid Bayern. That's exactly what it is.
Probably, yeah.
Real Madrid Bayern. This is the equivalent of what that was. So it's just, there's just oozing class. This game is going to be better than I think most test matches, to be honest. And they could probably beat countries, a lot of these teams.
There'll probably be more test caps across the two different teams on Saturday than there probably will be in most of the internationals during the international season coming here.
100%. I mean, largely, essentially, a French-packed international side, the likes of, DuPont, what's it called? Intermac. Ramon. Obviously, you've got Blair Kinghorn, not French, but wondering, he should be back from his broken nose. As we said previously, no one really is ruled out.
You never see a rugby player like out with a fracture, as you made a fractured cheekbone, a broken jaw, eye socket, but you break your nose, you're fine.
Yeah, even Malvaka, but then obviously in Leinster, Jamie Gibson Park, Hayden Doris, the list goes on. It's essentially the entire rugby team, Taj Furlong. It's just ridiculous. Obviously, the big game, I think, is for Harry Byrne. I think that's exactly who Toulouse are going to be targeting as the weaker link. No Sexton, obviously, in the Leinster team. I
think it's time. It's time. I think, and I think Harry, is obviously Ross and Harry. They're very. And I'm not sure if Ross has got potential to be fit or not. But it's the time of the Byrne brothers to try and put their hands up and say that we're still around. Because Crowley's come in and basically just slotted straight back into that Irish thing and said, "Cool, I'm the flower half around you." That guy wasn't even in the Irish setup 2 years ago, basically.
Yeah.
And so the Burns have kind of let it slip a bit.
Passing it for Munster currently, or sitting top of the URC.
And I think that's a lesson that sometimes it works. Being a number two and working behind somebody that can teach you. And sometimes what you need is to be playing week in, week out. Yeah. And that's what Crowley had. He played in the Munster side, then got an opportunity at 10, took it. Now he's the starting Ireland flower half. Whereas, the Harry Byrne, for example, and even a Ross Byrne to a lesser extent, they've played behind people the entire time, and they just haven't been able to take that next step and cement their place in that Ireland setup because of it.
Absolutely. The biggest contest for me is going to be the Gibson Park versus DuPont, two probably form players in world rugby over the last year, going head to head. Essentially, the ball speed from those two is just going to be ludicrous, and just a beautiful to watch both of them. So just really excited to see what that game cooks up, and it should be blockbuster, as have the final two finals. But can Leinster, the third final in a row, finally get it done? I believe we'll be adding to 4 stars. So
I think it's 4 stars. That was the famous quote last year from Andrew Porter. Where it's like, when the URC doesn't add a star to our badge. I'm like, neither does losing in the Champions Cup final, Chief. So,
I do enjoy a bit of Leinster receiving that. Although it's kind of like to lose, you've also won enough. So
literally,
an underdog story.
It is one of those problems where, as a neutral, you don't really know who to support. I'm probably supporting. It's interesting. I'm so conflicted. I would like to lose to win because I think that they've got such cool players there and stuff like that. I mean, Andrew Capizio, for example, one of my favorite players. But at the same time, I'd love to see Jacques Rinaldo go to Leinster and be the missing link, and in their first season go and win and be like, guys, just what a touch turns to gold.
But it would probably piss me off a lot more because I felt like I was okay with it, and now I'm angry that he left. It's just I'm very highly frustrated. I think it's since watching Chasing the Sun. I've just been like, no, that you.
It's just so difficult, isn't it? Now that everybody can appreciate what he is and how much we like him, now he's gone. Right. And the whole you don't know what you have until he's gone. Now everyone's going, oh shit! So he actually was the head coach and actually was, dropping bars in his speeches. Oh shit! Now he's dropping bars in the Leinster Challenge. Well, this sucks.
Yeah, no, exactly. You were working for the wrong team. Stevie, football. Final game and game week of the Premier League has finished on Sunday.
And do not ask me about the United game. I have not watched a second. I did not see any of the goals. I actually had to check the score on Monday morning to see what it was because all the pubs I was at were showing the City and the Arsenal game. So I did not know what was going on with United.
It's always one of those where it's like it's so hard to decide where to go, and you're trying to get like a 5-screen setup to see every single opportunity. I couldn't have been asked about the Arsenal City one. I was just watching my boy Jurgen the whole time. Just, every time they panned to him, it was phenomenal. But
apparently the Liverpool game drew more viewership than City.
Really? That's phenomenal. Yeah. I mean, it tells you everything you need to know about the two clubs. But with that said, well done to City. 4 in a row. That is ridiculous. I mean,
the Farmers League born.
It is. It's the Super League. It's monopoly money, just absolutely cramming it in, and it's.
But
about it before, they always get challenged, but they're somehow on top.
But there's the asterisks, eh? There's still the asterisks next to the titles until those charges are sorted. Asterisks next to all the titles.
There's nothing will replace the elation of lifting the trophy on the day, though. Even if they get redistributed, it doesn't matter. Emotionally,
dude, Mourinho's getting another title, dude. Just let me have this.
Yeah, but City getting it done versus West Ham 3-1. Arsenal also winning quite late, to be fair, versus Everton. So
came
Arsenal
from behind,
finishing on 89 points. So I mean, I didn't think that this, and neither of us did. We didn't think this was an 89-point Arsenal team. So you got to give them credit where credit's due. They had an insane run. I think they both, City and Arsenal, ended on, in the second 19 games of the season, ended on more than 50 points. I think it was 51 City, 52 Arsenal. I mean, that's ludicrous form. That is so good. So, I mean, literally Arsenal just losing 2 games to Villa, which is essentially what downed them. And big up to Villa for qualifying for the Champions League, along with Liverpool in 3 and 4. They didn't need to do anything on the final game week, and it showed.
They're really partying. They're all still probably hungover from last week. I mean, we were talking about, as we're having the podcast, seeing videos of them partying up because they confirmed their Champions League. I was like, they're not rocking up this weekend at all.
And then we've got a bit of an interesting look at who fits the remaining places. But quickly, Stevie, let's get. It looks like obviously Spurs in 5th. They secured Europa. Next is Chelsea, and we have breaking news, which you might know by the time you listen to this, but it just came out before we started recording, and is that Pochettino has been sacked. And Stevie,
no. The club and the coach. No, the club and the coach have parted ways by mutual agreement.
Nonsense.
He's not.
Yeah, agreed a deal. He's being paid a fat ton of cash. Like, what is he? Must have been on like a 4-year deal, at least.
Yeah,
3 or 4 years. He is getting paid so much money to leave this contract. It was a bit like when you had David Moyes at United, and he was on about an 8-year deal, and he was still getting paid out, up until like a couple of years ago, essentially, for that United contract. But I just cannot believe Chelsea dropping him. I feel like I was just thinking this morning, they've resisted the urge so well just to like pull the trigger on him. There have been so many times throughout the season. Finally, at the end of the season, they find form. They have won. They've won their last 5.
Yeah, they were in the final.
In the final, made a final, lost it in the FA Cup semi-final, lost that to City. And now possibly qualified for Europa, depending on the FA Cup final this weekend. And now they go and drop Poch. I just cannot understand it.
I can't understand it, but I can believe it.
I can believe it.
Clowns at Chelsea at the moment make me feel so much better as a United fan. I mean, even the Brooklyn Glazers.
Yeah,
how this bad.
Done that? They've finished above United, and that in itself is a crazy statement for the season.
And yet there seem to be more turmoil than we are.
And still more content.
Yeah.
How?
And well, to be fair, we're about to win another major trophy in a few days' time, so that's why we can still celebrate, and we're not worrying too much about our season just yet.
Yeah, so it's not confirmed who will be taking over. It does conveniently come at the same time that both their previous manager, Thomas Tuchel, is out of a job at Bayern, and De Zerbi from Brighton has just been released from his contract, apparently being announced that another club has bought him out of his contract.
Yeah, an unnamed club.
Which sounds highly probable.
Chelsea-esque.
It's Chelsea. Yeah.
Yeah,
It sounds very Chelsea-esque. So
unless you can imagine Arteta sacked in the morning.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking even another potential high-paying club. You know, we've seen United sack managers day after an FA Cup final. Could be run it back round 2.
Yeah, well, I mean, in theory, I think everybody did think it was probably United when the De Zerbi news broke, because that's the obvious one where they reckon there is going to be a managerial change. It could still be, yeah. You know, it's not confirmed that it's Chelsea, but now that Chelsea has, it's just, you know, from a timeline point of view, for De Zerbi to be bought out and announced last week, then Poch to be announced now, it does all sound like, and you know, Friday we're going to have a Chelsea Football Club can confirm the appointment of De Zerbi. And so I was actually looking at Poch is actually only on a 2-year contract, so he only had 1 year left on his contract. I think if it is De Zerbi, surely he's asked them for a long-term contract. You will not leave Brighton after doing that thing for a 2-year contract at Chelsea. He must have. If he is going to Chelsea, I reckon he's on a decent contract.
I'm surprised that Poch has only signed a 2-year contract, considering that all their players on like 8-year contracts.
Yeah,
you know, a little more than 2 years. That's a little bit tough. But yeah, I mean, I think it's most likely De Zerbi. I think Tuchel's a bit of a wild one.
And then have you seen who Brighton are apparently eyeing up? But that's not going to happen.
Tell me. Oh, okay, no. I was going to say Potter back, but never mind.
No, Kieran McKenna.
Oh, wow.
But I mean, as McKenna, why would you leave? You've just taken Ipswich up to the Premier League. You're not leaving now.
Yeah, no. It's a bit like if you're an Aston Villa player, if you're Ollie Watkins, no matter who comes knocking.
Yeah,
you maybe not whoever, but
Real Madrid phones and says, "Listen, are you keen? He's out of here."
More than likely, you're staying for that Champions League season because it's the same as Newcastle last season. You're not going to leave before that because that's you feel like you've been a part. You actually got into that place. You want to reap the rewards of being there and playing on that stage. And I'm so excited to see Champions League in Villa Park next season.
Yeah, even if it is probably for like 3 games and they're going to bomb out. But
yeah, well, they can't do worse than United this season in the Champions League. So, there's that. But going down, confirmed, Sheffield United, Burnley, Luton, I mean, all pretty abysmal, really. Like, Luton were okay in the first half of the season.
They were okay at home. They almost made, their block of flats of a home stadium a bit of a fortress. But it's just not sustainable.
We were living in the flats.
Yeah, but it was never sustainable. Burnley with the classic mistake that their company made, and when will people learn? You play this very pretty football in the Championship against weaker sides, and you try and bring that same football to the Premier League. It doesn't work. I mean, it's been happening to Norwich for about 6 seasons now.
What I have seen though, company linked with the Bayern job.
Joe, I also saw that. I was like, that's a wild shot.
Yeah, huge. Like, just imagine that. That's like Choupo-Moting vibes. Stoke to Bayern. That's relegated from the Premier League. Cool. We'll just give you like the second most successful team in the world. Take the reins. Have Harry Kane. You know what I mean? Just have at it. Yep. Have like
literally, just rock up to training now 2 or 3 times a week. Just come on when we really, really need you. Like, we know you're old and stuff like that. I mean, he went from I think he went to PSG before Bayern, after Stoke. So I'm sure it was Stoke, PSG, then Bayern.
Yeah, exactly. First was PSG, then to Bayern. Just absolute sub-merchant, bro. You know what I mean? Divock Origi on a bigger salary.
Correct. And his numbers at PSG weren't terrible. His numbers at Bayern aren't especially when you're playing for Bayern. Like, come on. I think Harry Kane scored more goals in his first 20 games at Bayern than Choupo-Moting has, and he's almost got 100 games for Bayern.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's surprising. But you know what I'm thinking now? How about a little Lau Foster goes off to Bayern? Imagine that. Bring him over from Burnley. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? Get the South Africans involved.
Bugger Bayern. Get him to Leverkusen. Send him to the champions.
True.
Come on, Shabby. Do it.
And Leverkusen will be playing in the Europa League final tomorrow night, as they are currently sitting on 51 games unbeaten, Stevie. A top 5 European League record, and still not out. They're still going. First ever Bundesliga to Bayern's name. First ever invincible season ever in the Bundesliga. It's ridiculous, like what they've done. The amount of 90-plus minute goals they've scored to secure wins or draws to avoid losing a single game this season. I mean, literally, Xavi Alonso can do no wrong in really any footballer's mind. Like, what can you combat with? I mean, the Europa will just be the cherry on top, right? And
bad time to lose that streak if they lose tomorrow.
No, it will end with a bit of will be a horrible blow. And I think it actually probably Atalanta wouldn't mind that. I don't think that's a bad position for them to be in because. Well,
I think all the pressures on Leverkusen will go in tomorrow, expecting to win. Atalanta will be written off, and the Atlanta side's a good side.
They got told, okay, cool, you got Liverpool, you're out. You know, it's going to be a Liverpool-Leverkusen final. They went to Anfield and won 3-0. I mean, what a joke. So, I mean, clearly a team that's thriving from being written out. So, I mean, the script definitely isn't written there.
Yeah, no, I think it's gonna be a good game. Actually, I do plan on watching it. I got a bit of paddle booked in before then, so go warm up the legs and then go and park off and watch a bit of Europa League final tomorrow. I've got to sort of scope out the competition for when we win the FA Cup and qualify for the Europa. You know, got to just sort of. What I will say about the Europa League is, if we're being brutally honest, it's such the actual. This is me from a sports journalist, maybe even a bit of a marketing perspective. You can also probably appreciate this, but from a brand perspective, the Europa League brand is actually very, very cool. Like the graphics they do, the color scheme.
That's so funny, Sam, because you were just saying before this that you do not want to be in Europa.
No, I don't want to be in it at all. I've always hated the bloody Europa League. It's a league you don't want to play in. But I won't lie. Whoever the marketing guy they gave it to was like, well, bugger this. I'm going to make this sick.
Yeah.
So it's just a pity that his work isn't appreciated enough because it's a cuck league.
Yeah. I mean, it hasn't got the royalty of the Champions League, but both those European competitions are so well marketed and followed right up until the end, especially in the knockouts, especially for, I mean, Europa group stages is always just a bit of a slog. In the round of 32, it feels like
when you're off to like Azerbaijan and these places, you're doing like 1,000-kilometer round trips. You could be coming down to South Africa to play.
But to be fair, this is also where you find some of the best football fans in the world, the ultra of all ultras.
Oh yeah, no. Listen, when you start playing against football clubs that can be used as Wi-Fi passwords, that's where you find the real football heritage.
Yeah, no, and I think it's quite a fitting one. Atalanta versus Leverkusen, not just typical names who are on the trophy list of every single season. So exciting for either club. It'll be monumental. I believe the first club to ever do it unbeaten the entire season. It's almost a pity they didn't qualify for the Champions League to see how they would have matched up there. But regardless, it'll be an unprecedented feat if they go an entire season unbeaten. I was thinking, like, if you are Xavi Alonso, at the beginning of the season, you set out some goals for yourself. Yeah, maybe top 3.
Top 4.
Top 4. That I think that's successful.
Push for Champions League qualification. Maybe that would be like a big thing.
Imagine trying to entertain the idea of not losing a single game. A joke.
Winning your first Bundesliga undefeated whilst potentially chasing a double.
Yeah, no, nuts. Stevie, FA Cup final, as you alluded to, City versus United this Sunday, Wembley Arena, same time as the Champions Cup final for the rugby, which is just...
They don't respect me, Dan. They don't respect me.
Consider us, Stevie.
No, they don't. When will they listen to us?
All the listeners here are shaking their heads just like us because they too are followers of more than one sport. Crazy, I know. But essentially, City to make it a double and make it another more successful season, I guess. Not really defining them. I mean, they were drawing until 5 a.m. 2 nights ago. I saw some horror pictures.
Did you see the photos?
They were looking wounded. Haaland
Yeah,
was looking in about 7 directions at once.
yeah,
Grealish, I think, just looks normal at that point. That's kind
yeah.
of
I was
just
like, that is basically his natural state.
yeah. But for United and Ten Hag, a bit of redemption of the season. Biggest talking point is really that it actually does get you into Europa, which comes with not only European competition, but also a lot of money,
Yeah.
which will help, and more than anything, a bit of runway for Ten Hag, I think.
Yeah, well, I mean, at the end of the day, it's, I was actually thinking about it, and I think maybe I actually had to have a bit of a reflection where we think, because you look at the terrible league season that it was, and so we assume that Ten Hag just had this horrendously bad tenure, but he was pretty good last season in securing Champions League with a trophy on the way for his first season. Everybody was like excited and saying, "Cool, cool, cool, we're on the up." And he's got ourselves into, and what people also forget is we're in the FA Cup final last year. So last year we were in the Carabao Cup final, won it in the FA Cup final. Yeah, so it's a repeat of the game in the FA Cup final, lost it, but got Champions League. And you couldn't think of. I mean, I said last year that we had a better season than Arsenal, who didn't win the league, put pressure on City, but didn't end up winning silverware. So on paper, it could have been argued it had a better season. And this season's had a horrific Champions League campaign and a horrific league campaign. It wasn't a terrible League Cup campaign. It's another FA Cup final. So if he wins the FA Cup on Sunday, it's a bit. I mean, you could justify sacking him because of the bad league campaign, but you sit there thinking, well, 2 trophies, 2 seasons.
Yeah.
It's not. We've certainly had worse. Put it that way. So if he doesn't win if he doesn't win on Saturday, then I don't get the feeling he's going to get the sack. I think they will back him for another year. I think a lot of it's because if you look at the options available, maybe the fact that Pochettino is available, suddenly maybe they go, is this now finally going to be the Poch?
He was the one after Ten Hag who everyone was asking for.
So, and he's been linked to United since the Southampton days, let alone the Spurs days. So, is this finally going to be Pochettino to United? That's the only one from you. I think that they might go, maybe there's an option. I don't think we go Tuchel. So I think that, I keep saying, I think Ten Hag keeps his job by virtue of there not being a lot of options at the moment.
Yeah. I think, I agree. I think he does keep it for one more season, and they'll give him one more window to, they're not going to give him free reign, but I think, bolster the squad a little bit. So many injuries in that United squad is a bit ridiculous. But also, it looks like it's going to be a big overhaul of players leaving Varane, Casemiro, Johnny Evans surely got to step out of the way. But just, not that many shining lights in that United squad this season. Honestly, my player of the season for you, I get probably Bruno, I guess, or Garnacho. But, the shining lights actually probably been Onana as badly. He did not get
Dallo.
League.
Dallo's come out of nowhere and actually put in a big season for a nice change.
Yeah. But I think Onana's had a really good second half of the season and found his feet a little bit. And, you sometimes can see that with goalkeepers, just kind of being a bit of a deer in the headlights. And I think that's kind of what it was in United just in the beginning of the season. It's like all of a sudden they're like on the Champions League pedestal, and there was talk of maybe Harry Kane coming to the club, and then it was Højlund, this kid, and then he just couldn't get off the starting blocks very quickly. So, not a successful season for Manchester United, but one that can be looked back on if you get a trophy. A trophy is a trophy.
No, it's the Sharks. It's exactly the same as the Sharks. Dreadful season, especially with the squad on hand, but a trophy is a trophy. And if you can add to that, then you can salvage some sort of pride.
Absolutely. Then just in some quick news, Toni Kroos retiring after the Euros. So the Champions League final will be his final game for Hala Madrid. What a player, man. What a bloody player. Just the peak of his powers for so long. Just a masterclass of a midfielder. The long range passing, like I can't recall anyone quite as good as him.
Just that combination with Modric was just filthy.
Yeah,
you talk about Messi and Bale and Benzema and Ronaldo and the forwards they've had, but that midfield was so good.
And it almost feels like it would be beautiful if Modric retires with him.
Yeah, although I think he's going to stay on for another year.
He will, and he's still there. Like, he's good enough, right? Cruz essentially saying he doesn't want to continue and be on the bench the whole time, be remembered like that. And he's not completely on the bench, but definitely the legs aren't quite keeping up as what they used to be able to. But that'll go down as one of the, if not the best, like central midfield pairing.
Yeah, he's young, though, to be retiring.
Yeah, I also thought retiring from all football was interesting. Like,
at 34,
you can definitely get around the block. Maybe not in Europe's top 5 leagues, but just go get a bag elsewhere. But I mean, to be fair, you don't actually often see a lot of the German footballers go and look for the
like
money.
a Saudi or an MLS,
really,
type of thing.
Often retire. You think of Robin, think of Ribery. They when they stop playing for like the club, they kind of stop playing overall.
And also, he's won absolutely everything. I mean, he won everything in Germany. He's won everything in Spain. He's won. Ironically, but the only thing that's missing
ever, actually.
Yeah, no. In terms of what he's won, 100%, it has to be up there.
He's won 22 trophies in 10 seasons with Real Madrid. I saw he's probably got another 5 or 3 with Bayern, and then he's got a World Cup. The only thing that could make it better to sign it off a home Euros that he's going to finish off with.
Yeah,
so
if he wins the Champions League, it'll be a 6th Champions League.
I mean, a joke. Bloody Real Madrid. Jeez, they're bullies.
Bayern Munich with Bayern Munich 1 forward Real, he could have 5 at Real, and then he's won the World Cup. So if he gets to the Euros, I don't think Germany's got the squad. But you never know. It comes to the Euros, and certain teams step up. But it is the only thing he's really missing.
And speaking of Euro squads, England's provisional one was announced today with some very noticeable exceptions.
Before we get into those squads, is England your team, when going into the Euros? Is that, I know you live there now, so has that influenced it?
No, I'm in England, so the office football chat was going nuts today. I actually had to switch it off at a point because I was actually in a meeting and trying to do some work, and I came back and there were 80 messages all about the Euros. So the chat is high here, but I'm being peer pressured into it from those.
Who would you traditionally support in the Euros, or are you one of those you can't just watch the Euros?
I started off supporting Liverpool because of Fernando Torres, so it was Spain, but I tend to actually just pick a squad that I am like enjoying at the time. But no, definitely not England. Them winning just doesn't sit right with me. But listen, if they do, I'll be here jawling with them. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Let's just make sure that none of the England MPs are come across as start getting deported. You're going to see you back.
Yeah, true.
Brexit means Brexit, Dan.
Yeah, I'm Irish, bro. I'm Irish. But noticeable exceptions were Raheem Sterling, massive. First tournament he's missed probably since he was been like 23. Marcus Rashford, again, another one. First,
he was a starter in the last Euros
and World Cup. Jordan Henderson also been around for the last like 3 or 4 tournaments. Calvin Phillips, probably not that surprising. Reece James.
When you look at like a 20-year-old midfielder being, a 20-year-old and a 19-year-old midfielder being included ahead of you, then it's tough times out here.
No, it is. But I mean, man's not playing much game time, and when he is, he's getting red cards. So you can understand why. Reece James only just came back from injury, so I can understand that. But then if you Ben Chilwell, you got to be fuming because there are almost no outright left backs in that. Except for your boy in red, who hasn't played I don't think a single minute for Yokes all season. He's going to go to the Euros and
be phenomenal.
Yeah,
he's going to be top class. You just know that. To be fair, that back 4 of a Pickett, Trippier, or Walker, Stones, Maguire, Luke Shaw. Say what you want about Gareth Southgate, but that back 4 does operate.
I reckon he's going full Man City, 4 central defenders. He's going to put Joe Gomez on the left. Then doesn't matter who in the middle, probably Harry Mag and like Tarkowski, just headers away, and then Kyle Walker on the right. Not an actual centre back, but just a low block, and then you got the creative players to do the rest of the work. noticeable inclusions were Branthwaite from Everton. He had a great season for them. Curtis Jones from Liverpool, Quansah from Liverpool, Mainu from Man United, Eze, which is awesome because he's had a great season, and Adam Wharton, who we're just speaking about, the relatively unknown Crystal Palace player who actually at the beginning of the season was playing for Blackburn Rovers.
And nice good years. Well,
I saw him. I happened to go to a Premier League game live and saw this kid with this buzz cut, and and they got that pop in their step, Stevie. And I saw him,
and you being a purveyor of talent,
yes.
Basically a scout to be.
Well, by the end of the game, I still didn't know who he was. I just knew he started around the field with a lot of bloody confidence.
Some random skinhead who's actually pretty good.
Yeah, he was like feeding the ball up top to Mateta. Like they were trolling. And so fair play to him out of seemingly nowhere. I mean, I doubt he's going to go. There's still going to be cuts to the squad, but pretty impressive for them. I mean, do England have a chance? Possibly. I do think it's Gareth Southgate's last opportunity to win something. I think
it is. It is. And I think it's theirs to lose. If you look at the squad they've got, it's and I think if the likes of a Rashford, Sterling, for example, are playing at their best, then it makes it even worse.
At the French squad.
Yeah, but I think that French squad is. I worry about the French squad. I think it's similar as England. I think on paper it's a great squad. But whether things are all still all right and gelling well in that squad. Also, remember that Pogba has got the juju on the French squad as well. He's called his Sangoma, and he's sorted that out after his ban, all his issues there. So they've got to try and get over the.
Yeah, all I know is that N'Golo Kante is back, which means they have a chance. So, I'm actually really, really excited to see him play again after him going to Saudi. But they on paper, England have an insane squad. The amount of talent up front.
The attacking talent is, I think, that's the one thing. They've got the best attacking players in this Euros. I mean, what
Foden,
Bellingham,
Palmer, Bellingham,
Madison has been fantastic.
Madison, I don't think they actually should be playing Bellingham in an attacking role. I think
I don't think so either. I think he should be playing in a midfield three,
box to box with Declan Rice, just legs.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it makes sense. I keep saying, I look at like Declan Rice, Bellingham, and Kobe Manu in terms of three kind of slightly different players. I was like, dude, that could be your England midfield for the next 10 years. Easy.
Okay. Enough of the hype on Kobe Manu for 10 years. That is wild.
Well, he will be only 29 after those 10 years. So
Yes. But we've seen
picking what? You're going to pick Curtis Jones ahead of Manu. Come now. Back my boy here.
About Curtis Jones. I don't think Curtis Jones will make the squad, but I also I've seen a mistake in Kobe Manu, and he's beautiful to watch, the calm under the ball, but he's still got a one. I think the end of next season we'll have a clearer indication. But listen, maybe I'll be eating my words. Maybe future Ballon d'Or winner. Who knows?
Correct. At least he could be the next Toni Kroos.
Yeah. Well, one out, one in.
There we go.
Stevie, let's move to the IPL. And
wait, drum roll. This time next week, we will not be talking about the IPL. We will be reviewing the IPL, which feels like it started before the Rugby World Cup.
Yeah, no, it's true. And maybe in 2022, before COVID even came.
Yeah.
But the first playoff game being played between number 1 and number 2, which ended up being KKR and SRH. That was won by KKR very comfortably by 8 wickets, 38 balls remaining. No problems there. So they put themselves straight into the final. And essentially now it's 2 semi-finals. And the first being tomorrow, Rajasthan Royals playing RCB, who can we just take a second to talk about?
Fair for good.
We wrote them off. Absolutely wrote them off, told them how RCB system's broken, as everyone else did.
Bad bowlers, bad auction. What are they supposed to do? Ridiculous. Run by a bunch of idiots. Well,
yeah. I mean, as you pointed out, they started the season, lost 1, won 1, lost 6, won 6. Yeah. I mean, what in the world?
It's childish.
Crazy. So they went on to beat CSK essentially by 27 runs in each of their last game of the season, and by doing so, knocking out CSK out of nowhere. And actually, just CSK choking, which is something I feel like I've never said in my life. To get into the playoffs, they feel like it should be the other way around. So RCB never won an IPL trophy. Maybe this is the time.
This is what they needed. They needed to be written off,
more.
come from behind.
I mean, Virat Kohli is still like over 120 runs clear of the next highest run scorer, averaging 64 at the bat. Just ridiculous. And it hasn't been one of those, he's got so many runs, but still not everyone's speaking about him. He just does it. It's because everyone wrote off RCB that his runs are going.
And I think it's also because it's been very, very Kohli, and it's not been barbaric. He's a much classier batsman than the likes of a Travis Head, who's just caught, and like Fraser McGurk, and they're just going out there, it's just power hitting. So it's barbaric. It's like
that Jacques Cullis used to play T20 cricket. Drives.
And everyone's like, no, boo, just stand on the back foot and just like slap him over cover for 6.
Yeah, old Justin Kemp way.
Exactly.
But
ahead of his time.
Ahead of his time, massively. I mean, even like I think of Herschel Gibbs, Jesus, the bag that he could have gotten if he just came out.
As opposed to the bags you got through.
Yeah. Well, maybe still. Who knows? No accusations there whatsoever. But essentially, it's going to be the winner of Rajasthan Royals versus RCB will play Sunrisers Hyderabad on Friday. And the winner of that will then play KKR in the final. So because Sunrisers came second, they, although having lost the first playoff game, they said get the second opportunity versus the winner of 3 and 4. Very exciting. I mean, how do you see the Rajasthan RCB one going? Or we're going to get into that. That's going to be our prediction, actually. We can't actually pop that off right now.
Part of us. So basically, what we decided for our 3 predictions, we're going to do the Challenge Cup, the Champions Cup, and we're trying to predict who is going to join KKR in the final.
Otherwise, we weren't going to make one prediction for the whole IPL, and for the amount of airtime it's gotten, that does not seem right.
Probably far more airtime than it probably deserved, to be honest. Bloody IPL has been going for ages. So we've got to choose basically between Rajasthan, RCB, Sunrisers, who's going to join KKR. So one of these predictions is going to go horribly wrong because if we picked one of them. So the question is how daring are you feeling? Is it the Sunrisers?
Let's make this prediction and then we can chat through, because I don't think either of us want to give too much away of what we think. So I'm happy to counter in if you've got the team in your mind. We're just going to say the team, and if we say the same one, then we can discuss how we kind of mediate that. Okay, I'm going to go in 3, 2, 1. RCB.
Sunrisers. Yeah, I thought you were going to... I wondered if you were going to be brave enough to go there.
I thought you were going to because of Faf.
Here's the goat. Well, you know what it is? And I said the same thing to somebody the other day. I said, I've got terrible luck. So if I predict something, they'll buckle. So much like last week when it was the PGA Championship, I refused to put any of the SA golfers into my fantasy team. And Dean Burmester got, a T12.
Yeah.
And somebody said, don't you back Dean? I was like, I reckon Dean could be in contention. And he was in contention. But I was like, if I put him on my fantasy team, he'll miss the cut.
Yeah, it's exactly it. Like in Fantasy Premier League. If you want the oak in your team to score, just take him out of your team. Simple.
Correct. Correct. So I'd like to see RCB.
Yeah, I feel like I've heavily gone with the heart over head here. Yeah. And I'm not even a fan.
Momentum's a strange thing, eh? Momentum's a strange thing. I mean, 6 on a bounce. There's nobody in better form than that.
They would have to go 9 on the bounce when you think about it. That would be insane. Like to think of 6 games ago, they said to themselves, okay,
we're basically out.
9 on the bounce. That's all we need to do.
Yeah, guys, it's simple. We win 9 games in a row. We win the IPL. Oh, cool.
with like a hot net run rate as well.
Yeah.
I mean, the 2 guys who've been doing it for them, Virat and Faf, need to continue to stand up. And they have been. It's always
Faf's catch. Ugh.
Yeah, ridiculous. I mean, such a good fielder. Just really a timeless cricketer. But, I mean, classic Faf just coming into form just before the Proteas go and play more games, chuck it in another
everybody's like, why is he in the Proteas squad? And
I mean, if he wins the IPL, that discussion will be going off the charts. So,
watch it bang like 100 in the IPL and we'll sit there going, ooh, should he?
Yeah, we'll be discussing this once again. But yeah, I think so. We're not giving Royston Royals a chance, who actually at the beginning of the season were, I think, unbeaten for the
Red
first
hot.
5. So dropped off a little bit in the latter half. But Stevie, let's get into the Challenge Cup final, Gloucester versus Sharks that we spoke about. Have you got a score in mind?
I do indeed.
Okay, count us in.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Gloucester by
Gloucester
7.
by 5. Oh,
Okay.
Gloucester! Wow, going against your own.
Yeah, well, they're flipping. If it wasn't for the bloody Sharks, I'd be already basically in the blooming Champions Cup and in the URC top 8. So you know what?
That cup just beat them. That's massive. So you seeing Gloucester edging them out there, Stevie?
Yeah, I think it's a step too far from the Sharks. I think that for as much as they are starting to put that inconsistency part behind them, I just don't look. It'll be fantastic if they do. I just don't see them being able to. They snuck through. They burgled that semi-final.
No,
they had no rights winning that game, and compared to I think Gloucester, where Benetton were playing well and they still put them away, I think that they've got more. I think they're a better team. I think they've got a bit more chemistry, and I think they've probably got a bit more BMT.
No travel for
also,
them.
they're not playing at home, but they're playing in England.
Yeah.
You know,
definitely
so they're
home ground advantage for them.
Yeah.
In the massive Spurs stadium, will be interesting to see if they're. I'm sure there definitely will be a portion of Sharks fans, and I'm hoping to get out there. If not behind the scenes, definitely up in the stands. So I'm excited. I don't know if I'll don the Sharks jersey, but I'll be supporting them, no doubt. So up the South African teams. I think it'll be cool to get the first South African South African champions.
And imagine the first South African team to win the European is probably the most undeserving squad
Yeah.
we've had in the first couple of years.
It would be so funny, actually. We come to think about it like that, yeah, maybe not.
Like Dobber's out there going, Oaks, I'm building a dynasty here. And Plumtree's like, well, we're shit, but we managed it. So
Plumtree's like, I should have been sacked 4 months ago, but here we are.
Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be like United on Monday. The Sharks can confirm we have parted ways.
Facts. Plumtree is gone in the morning.
He's gonna be on the plane. He's gonna arrive, and they're like, "We booked you a plane to New Zealand." He's like, "What do you mean?" Like, no. Thanks for the trophy, but away.
When they break the news, he's probably going to still be pissed.
They've actually an unnamed South African club has bought out Cash van Nooyen from the Lions.
Yeah, exactly. But then the last game and the big one, the biggest club game there is, Stevie, Champions Cup. And the two biggest teams, Leinster, Toulouse.
Toulouse or not Toulouse?
In mind.
I do.
Okay.
I'll
count us in. 3, 2, 1. Leinster
by 7. Ooh, not very. We're pretty consistent to our thinking here, but
I think I want Toulouse to win, but I just think Leinster will. And I probably will.
They just have to, don't they? You know, you just can't. You can't go this many finals and keep losing them and keep making your squad better every single year. It's a better squad. It's adding to the coaches. They're growing.
Coming next year,
and Geordie Barrett. You know, it's just
it's laughable. Absolutely laughable.
So, I mean, at the moment, it's literally like a social experiment of how good of a side can we put together that can't win a trophy.
Without winning, yeah. Losing nothing.
Yeah, literally, like the most successful, the most unsuccessful best squad of all time.
Yeah, they're kind of like RCB, to be fair.
Yeah, RCB, Ireland Rugby.
Yeah, tough. I mean, they're pretty much all the Irish teams, so come get familiar with it. Might land me in hot water, that one. But Stevie, geez, great show and great fixtures, great sports this weekend. We
get the beers and ice.
We didn't even touch on the PGA Championship, so let's quickly say well done, Xander Schauffele, for getting his
but also
game.
Bryson back in the mix.
Yeah,
so
he has
been.
He has been. He's been dancing around those majors. Yeah. He's always in and around it. He's going to win another one soon. And
imagine shooting 20 under, the fourth best score of all time in a major, and coming up short.
Yeah,
but also class act. I mean, he was on the range preparing for a potential playoff, and the first thing he did is walk straight back to the 18th to find Xander and congratulate him. It's amazing how he was one of the most despised golfers in world golf, went to Saudi, and everybody just continued to hate him. And in the last year, he's managed to become one of the most likable golfers on the circuit, if not the most liked.
I still think he split so many opinions, but it was so many preconceived ideas of him. He was just a big brute.
That YouTube channel was a stroke of genius.
Yeah, no, it's good PR, good marketing from him and his team. But yeah, he played some unreal golf. I was very bummed with my boy Victor coming pretty close, but not enough in the end. So yeah, anyways, that's our quick 30-second.
Yeah, it was a great tournament though. It was a really, really cool leaderboard in the last day. Lots of cool names up there. Burmester in the hunt, just nothing dropping for him in the last day, but he's secured an exemption for next year, so he'll be back. Which is good to see. We need to see more of our top South African golfers playing in the majors. US Opens in about 2 weeks' time as well. Eric van Rooyen has qualified, which is cool to see.
And Scotty Scheffler going to jail.
Yeah, love the Scotty villain arc. And what's it? And they're talking about this caddy.
Sure he was going to win it. I thought it was going to be the most Scotty thing.
After that Friday, after spending the morning in jail and going and shooting like a 68, you're going, no man, this Oak is robot. He's not human. How can he do this? And then, but also they're talking about his caddy, the fact that his caddy missed Saturday because he went to go watch his daughter graduate. All of a sudden, it's like, so maybe it's not Scotty Scheffler. It's his caddy. His caddy misses one day of work, and Scotty forgets how to play golf.
Yeah. And goes to jail.
And did you see, by the way, that when he teed off in that round on Friday, somebody already had the shirt printed with his mugshot?
Yeah, unbelievable. So for those who aren't familiar, Scotty Scheffler, world number one, the most informed golfer in the last 4 years, and
drove over a cop.
Is not drive over a cop, but the most. As Stevie called it, boring, but the cleanest record you've ever seen. God-loving family man. Scotty Scheffler, just like a kind of picture perfect figure, gets
real head boy vibes.
Yeah, big head boy vibes. And on his way, essentially goes past an accident that had happened and disobeys apparently a cop's orders to pull over on the side of the road. Then gets escorted in handcuffs.
No. But did you hear the wording? The policeman asked him to slow down. He refused, after which the policeman attached himself to the vehicle.
Yeah.
I still don't want to know what that means. So does this guy like jump on the car? Did he just like grab a window or something?
Yeah, he was on his way literally to the golf course. Could take
he's like, listen, I've got to tee off at 10, Oaks.
In jail. Started warming up in jail, in the jail cell, the holding cell. Got released. They delayed the tournament by an hour. Also, what's so funny is there was no one else really who they're going to delay that tournament for. You know what I mean? There are very few people, but Scotty is one of them. And he actually shot under par that day, which is
68. Well under par.
Next day.
And the next day just
breaking his streak of consecutive rounds that's shooting par or less. He didn't win though. Sorry.
Yeah. And this is the end. I've said this is the end of the Scotty Scheffler. The reign's over. He's rattled. He's done.
Going to jail.
Yeah. No, just lock him up. I think he's actually already been cleared of all charges, but anyway.
Okay, well, we've extended the show by another 5 minutes.
What else is there? I'm busy watching some NASCAR over here. Should we talk about the Formula One?
Everyone needs to go. They have other important things to do.
Yeah,
the last thing you need to do before you leave, though, is please smash a like. Please share with those that you also think will enjoy. Please put your thoughts down in the comments, what you agree, what you disagree with. Mostly what you disagree with, because, we probably have opinions.
But don't be a yes man,
Don't be a yes man, bro. But Stevie, thank you very much. Until next week, we'll know lots of rugby champions. We'll know an IPL champion.
An FA Cup champion.
FA Cup
champion. Yeah.
Finals. Jeez, what a weekend we have in store.
Yep. And you'll catch a lot of the action on the channel. So make sure you come and join us for the watch-alongs as well.
Stevie?
Dan, keep well.
Thank you very much. And listeners, thank you very much for tuning in. We will chat to you next week.
Hello everyone and welcome to Forever Sports. As one of the leading channels in the world providing free coverage of all of your favourite sports, we are asking for your support. Everything that we create at Forever Sports is available for free and always will be. To help us continue delivering high quality content, as well as expanding our coverage, we are asking you to consider supporting the channel by becoming a channel member. As part of the Forever Sports Members Club, you will gain access to select perks, such as exclusive stickers and emojis to use during our watch-alongs and live streams. You will also gain early access to premium content, as well as have your name listed on the channel under channel members. We strive to deliver quality content that is unmatched by other channels, and are always looking to take things up another level. And our members give us the chance to do this. It is thanks to our members and other support that we get from our fans that we are able to deliver campaigns such as the France 2023 on the ground coverage. So if you would like to continue supporting the channel and the free coverage that it provides, be sure to check the link in the description to become a channel member now.
And we are live. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for today's Rugby News live show. It is a Thursday, 1 o'clock is the time. So we are about 24 hours away before we really start to kick into the weekend gear and massive weekend of sports to come. We have got finals on finals on finals. There are two massive rugby finals, a massive football final this weekend. There's an IPL final as well. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. But today we're going to be talking about the latest rugby news. We're going to be looking a little bit at the Sharks game as well as Leinster versus Toulouse. We're going to be looking at some very big news about Jasper Wiese and his involvement in the Irish series, as well as all the sort of summer tests for the Springboks. We're going to be talking a little bit about transfer rumours in the rugby world. We'll also be looking at the Premiership Team of the Season and a bit of SAFA representation there as well. So plenty to come over the next sort of half an hour. So if you are new, make sure you smash like on the video. Make sure you subscribe as well. Let's start with some breaking news for Jasper Wiese, which was announced about an hour or two ago. And that is Jasper Wiese is set to miss the entire Ireland series, as well as the tests against Wales, which was going to miss anyway because it's outside the test window, Portugal, and the two opening tests against Australia. The Springbok number 8 has officially been banned for 6 games following his red card in the final game of the Premiership season. So, I mean, couldn't have timed it any worse. Literally, he'll have to serve all 6 of his games in the Springbok international season. It is quite interesting that the Wales game counts, although technically he wouldn't have actually been available. They would have had to have made him available for us and opted to allow the Springboks to select him, which genuinely Premiership clubs, top 14 clubs don't do. They don't genuinely allow players to be selected outside of the international window. So that was an interesting part of it as well. I'm sure you probably find Leicester Tigers, you know, I suppose it's any game you might be able to be picked in. So yeah, a bit of a what I'm looking for the word. Anyway, so that is the main thing. So he is missing those games. It's a big loss for the Springboks, and the question then is, who replaced him, you know, and lots of options at number 8 for the Springboks. No Dwayne Vermeulen, obviously he's retired, and now no Jasper Wiese, which means there is a massive opportunity for someone new to put their hand up and to make themselves a potential starter, or at least make themselves, you know, pretty essential to the Bok 23 and the Bok sort of 33, depending on how big the squad they generally travel with. And those options are the likes of an Evan Roos, Cameron Harnicorn, and Peter Gomedi, for example. Those have all been involved in the alignment camps down in Cape Town with the Springbok, stuff like that. Outside shot, for example, the likes of a Franco Horn from the Lions, who has not been invited, or we don't know if he's been invited to the second one. There's a Pepsi Bootleg who's been putting his hand up. In terms of the players within the squad, Kwagga Smith is the sort of the obvious pick in terms of players who went to the World Cup that can play at 8. We did have 3 players who could play at 8 in Dwayne Vermeulen, Jasper Wiese, and Kwagga Smith. But it'll be interesting to see if they decide to go with Kwagga Smith or whether they will continue to try and use him off the bench. Because, goodness me, I mean, what an impact he was off the bench. For me, probably one of the best loose forwards at the World Cup, if not in the world last year. Despite being genuinely a sort of impact player off the bench type of situation. So yeah, let me know down in the comments below, who do you think would you start basically in that number 8 jersey for the Springbok test against Ireland in particular? That's obviously the very big one. So I think also probably a good thing that Jasper Wiese has got this ban, not so much for his disciplinary record, and you know he'll be gutted to be missing it, but he's played so much rugby in the last sort of calendar year, last 2 calendar years really, and he's never really had any time off. So You know, he played his last game for Leicester, I think it was about 2 weeks or a week ago. It was last weekend. I think it was the last weekend of group games. And now he'll play his next game in August. So you'll have genuinely 2 months off. Hopefully they've told him basically have 2 weeks, go and rest and stuff like that. Then start sort of keep your conditioning, get within the Springbok camp, probably at the end of June, really, actually. So you can kind of have a month off where you can just go and relax, reset, get himself ready. And his first game, in theory, would be against the All Blacks. What a game to be able to make a return after receiving that ban. So it's not all doom and gloom. You know, we've got to look at this as an opportunity to play new players, an opportunity to blood somebody else, but also an opportunity for a key player for the Springboks to get some rest and to make sure that he's fit, firing, and ready for the next season. But yeah, that's coming out within last few hours. Right, let's talk about the Sharks, shall we? It is a huge game tomorrow night. The Sharks' opportunity to salvage a season. Now, I put a vote in the poll on YouTube saying, will the Sharks win the Challenge Cup? And 100% of people saying yes so far. So the question is, what do they need to do? Well, they need to be at their best. They need to pull out a performance that they haven't put in the entire season, to be brutally honest. They've had showings throughout the season where they're going, yeah, that's the team that they can be. But they haven't, for me, yet put together an 80-minute performance where I've gone, jeepers, that's a good side. That's a URC winning side. That's a side that can contend in the Champions Cup. And they need to start doing that because they've got a side on paper and a squad that should be doing that. You know, that should be challenging for all trophies, you know, on all fronts. You know, they've got the depth where I think they're going to be very competitive come the Currie Cup. On a side note, if you're a South African fan, there is the SA Cup final this weekend, Griquas versus Pumas, happening in Kimberley tomorrow. Not tomorrow, Saturday. Just on a side note. But the Sharks, who've had a dreadful URC season, have an opportunity to salvage it by sneaking a Challenge Cup win. And I do mean sneaking because they burgled their place in the final after a very dodgy performance, it must be said, in the semi-final. And they had to come back from behind. Look, they played well, and the comeback was good, but they were out of it, and I think a better side would have put them away, to be honest. So, yeah, I think they're very lucky to be in the Challenge Cup final, but it's not about luck. It's about what happens, and it's about playing in front of you, and they've got a massive opportunity now to become the first team to win a European title. What a mental story that would be for a team who's probably performed the worst we've seen of any of our sides in the URC and the likes in the last few years, to be the first to win a European title. So a big opportunity for John Plumtree and the squad. In terms of some team news, very important team news, is that there will be no Lekanya. The Sharks captain has officially been ruled out with injury. We're not sure exactly how serious it's going to be. We haven't had confirmation with regards to, you know, is he going to be available for the Springboks? You know, so it's been a couple of a bad week really for Springboks with regards to losing Damien Willemse potentially for up to 4 months. That's the entire Rugby Championship, the Ireland Series, the Portugal Test, the Wales Test. Also now losing Jasper Wiese for 6 of those games, and Lekanya fitness now also being a big question mark with regards to, is he going to be available for those tests? And the good thing is that I think even if you were to be available, not a guaranteed starter these days. With the form of Jesse Creel last year at the World Cup, who was absolutely sensational. For me, probably one of the top 5-6 most consistent performers during that World Cup campaign. So has really, really earned his stripes. Not that he needs to earn his stripes. I mean, we're talking about a player who's played over 50 games for the Springboks. But in particular, last year, I think was playing his best. And for me, it was his jersey now. You know, Lekanya would have to come back and try and get that jersey off of Jesse Creel. But you want the depth, because as soon as now Jesse Creel gets injured, you've got no Lekanya, you've got no Jesse Creel. Are you brave enough to play Kane and Moody? And if not, you know, who are your outside centre options? Because we haven't played a lot of people at outside centre. Henk van Wyk was somebody that they really rated, and they had him in the alignment camps, but he's now been injured and hasn't had a lot of opportunity there. You know, if you look at the various teams, for example, you know, Stormers, you know, Ruan Nel was out for the season, so they've kind of been making makeshifts. We want to see the Similarities had a few games there, but he's certainly not anywhere near a Springbok camp at the moment. You know, David Creel, somebody playing inside and outside centre, could be a very good option. So it'll be interesting to see where they go if they were to experiment at 13. I reckon we'll probably see a Kane and Moody at 13 against, for example, Portugal, and that would make the most sense for me. But Jesse Creel is certainly going to get the nod at 13 in the at least for the first few games there. So with regards to the Sharks, no Lekanyam, but it does look like Ethan Hooker is available, and Neil Powell saying that it also looks like Evan Etzebeth is going to be fine. So it'll be interesting to see how they go because Hooker's played both at outside and inside center. I'd imagine he'll probably go to 13. Francois Venter will start at 12. So he is fit apparently and ready to go. Is Francois Venter, so they've got options there. It looks like Evan Etzebeth and Vincent Koch are also both fit to play. So they will be massive for the Sharks, whose team should be announced any moment now. I'm actually just like checking my inbox now to see if it has been announced because it'll probably be announced probably within the next hour. And I think it'll probably be quite straightforward. You're gonna have a front row, Oxen Shep, Bongi Manambi, Vincent Koch, Evan Etzebeth probably next to Brand Cobbler in the second row. A back row of Vincent Stuka, Pepsi Buthelezi, James Fenter for me would probably make the most sense with regards to what we've seen from them recently. But Grant Williams will start a scrum half. See Masuko fly half, and Pimpi, Bernard Koch will be the wings. Plus, at full back centers will be Venter and Ethan Hooker, and we'll have to wait to see who will be inside and who will be outside. But pretty sure that will be your Hooker combination. So it's a good Shark side. It doesn't get much better, and it'll be a strong bench. The likes of Instuko will be coming off the bench. And they might have a corner role, for example, coming off the bench. I've been very impressed with. No Jaden Hendrickson, so your backline replacements probably like Buddha Chamberlain, Cameron Wright. I'm not entirely sure if they're going to go with a 6-2, 5-3. I'll probably go with a 5-3. They generally do the Sharks. So it's a side that can definitely compete, but it's a very good Gloucester side who were very good in the way and very professional in the way they put away Benetton, who tried to get back into the game, threatened to maybe cause a bit of an upset, but in general, they were just too good with Gloucester. And playing in the UK, the game is at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Kickoff is at 9 o'clock South Standard Time. It will be live for 8 o'clock if you're over there in the UK. So I think there will be a very big Gloucester support. I think there will be a decent section of Sharks fans. We saw when they played at the Stoop that there was a decent amount of Sharks supporters there. So there's definitely, there's a very big expat community in London, and obviously being rugby fans, even if they're not necessarily Sharks fans, they'll probably come out and support the Sharks. So I do expect the Sharks to have a reasonable amount of support at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, but you do expect Gloucester to have the bulk of it. In terms of South African and watching the game as well, the likes of Ruben Ackerman said to be involved. Lots of chat about him. He was potentially going to come back. I think probably had talks with some of the unions. I was really hoping the Lions were going to look at bringing him back. He has then opted to extend his contract with Gloucester, so deciding to go sort of that route. But he'll be on display tomorrow night. He's somebody who apparently England are very keen to cap. Not really, doesn't seem to be on the Springbok radar. But we'll have to find out exactly what is happening there with him, and an opportunity for him to show what he's about. And I think a player who is there and thereabouts. I'm not sure he'll ever play for the Box, but I don't think he's a player who'd ever let the Box down if he were to be picked. I do think he's probably good enough, and I think that he's a player who's, if he had stayed, I think we'll probably be in the Box setup. I think you look at the way that he was playing for the Lions before he went over, and he was about 20 years old at the time, 21 at the time, and for me, he was one of the standout loose forwards. And unfortunately, I think he's been one of those who have not benefited from going overseas in terms of his international prospects. Jasper Wiese continues to kind of be the only one who has really made it whilst being based overseas, and for the first time. Majority of the players who are based overseas were well within the Springbok setup before making their move. Your Franco Mosters, Ches and Colbys, your Malcolm Marxes, Vincent Koch when he was overseas, Peter Slefter Toy, your Hanjay Pollards, Kwagga Smith, even Andre Esterhuizen, maybe wasn't always part of the Box squad, but has worked with Rassie Erasmus, has been part of those squads before being included back in the World Cup squad. So Jasper Wiese was really the only player who's been invited. Maybe you look like a Reinhard Alstad or a Nicholas Janssen van Rensburg, who kind of came and went, a bit of a flash in the pan, both of them. But Jasper Wiese is really the only one who has made it as a first-time sort of member of the squad whilst being based overseas. And I think it might change, the more that we sort of see. But there's certainly a lot of players who put their hand up. We've been talking about Tyron Green a lot this week. But Ruan Ackerman, I think, is someone who, if he had stayed in South Africa and continued to play at the level he was looking to play at, could very well have been part of that Springbok squad and maybe could even be a World Cup winner. So you do have to kind of weigh it up. It's not nearly as simple as just saying, well, if I go overseas and I play well enough, I will get into the mix. You have to play. It's not well enough. You have to smash the door down. Jasper Wiese, Premiership Player of the Season type of things. Same as Andre Esterhuizen. Those are the labels they had to pick to get themselves back into the Bok mix and to get themselves into that sort of selection frame. They had to be the best in the league type of thing. That's the kind of standards you have to get. You have to get to a point where you can't be ignored with how well you're playing. Whereas I think if you're in South Africa and you base yourself in South Africa, you are far more on the radar of the coaches. You don't necessarily have to be like the best player in the entire league to be able to get that call up. As long as you're sort of pitching up in the local derbies, you're outperforming most of the players in and around you, you'll kind of get that nod. You'll be part of alignment camps because from a availability point of view, that there's obviously better agreement with SA Rugby and the local unions, which means that they are available for alignment camps. They're more available for potential tests outside the test window. They have more control over being able to give them rest and how much game time and minutes that they sort of clock up. So it is more beneficial for your Springbok chances to be based in South Africa. I think even Japan, for example, they've got a pretty good relationship over there with those clubs. They often allow, for example, if you look at those tests outside the test window at the end of the year, the Japanese clubs will allow and say, no, it's fine, just stay and play that extra test, for example. When they've been injured, they've been down in South Africa, recovering from injuries and been part of alignment camps. So there's been a good relationship with the Japanese clubs who have really bought into the fact that they've got Springbok players and it's almost like, well, it's kind of a difference, they kind of feel, well, we've got these Springbok players, these are, first of all, world-class players, and, because we're so grateful to having this kind of quality, we're going to allow them to be as available to the Springboks as possible and continue to sort of grow the Japanese rugby story by continuing to have them in the league itself. Whereas when you play in the top 14 Premiership, it's a bit more sort of like ownership type of vibes. So this is our player, and we pay the bills for this player. Therefore, we're not going to allow him to play any more rugby than we have to let him play, because injuries and stuff like that means he can't play for us. And that doesn't benefit us at all. And that's kind of where the issue comes with a lot of the players who are based in the top 14 in the Premiership, is they don't get released for these sort of tests outside the test window and even alignment camps and stuff like that. In theory, that those top 14 players, their contracts run as they run, and they're saying, well, we're having training or whatever, you're not allowed to leave, not even allowed to go and join them. Up until that, I think it's like Article 53 or whatever is that the official test window is, which is when they then can go and join up and play with the Springboks, and the international clubs can't do anything about it because that's a World Rugby window which stipulates that you will release your players for that sort of period. So yeah, I think the Sharks will have to be close to their best and have to put up a perfect performance. Neil Powell basically said that as well. He said, we've got to be clinical, we've got to be at it for 80 minutes. And I think that 80-minute performance is something very, very important. As I mentioned, I haven't seen the Sharks put in an 80-minute performance, just yet throughout the season. And this is the time where they have to do that. They cannot switch off, because final rugby, a team like Gloucester, they're not going to give you let off. If you switch off, they're going to punish you. Yeah, it's final rugby. CM Masuku, for example, his boot was basically the reason that they were in the final. He was fantastic against Timor. But if his boot doesn't pitch up tomorrow and he is off his game, then they're out. Not even out, they're lost. They lost the final. So they've got to be at their best. And looking at some of the comments earlier, Brandon was saying, I hope Ruiz gets to start at 8. He's been in such good form lately. So MC was saying, Sharks have all the players, but I've lost so much faith in them as a fan. If a Lions game and Sharks game was on the same time, I would watch the Lions game. Well, why wouldn't you watch the Lions game? We're just so much more entertaining to watch. Better side, we've done the double over the Sharks. I have said a lot of Sharks supporters last week when I said the Sharks are a waste of space because they lost and didn't help out the Lions. I think people just didn't really have a sense of humor about it. Obviously new to the channel and don't know that obviously I'm not being that serious. But Yeah, what I did enjoy was all them having a go at the Lions, and they're going, no. We have got not even a quarter of your resources, and we've outperformed you easily this season. We've beaten you twice this season. We don't have a single current international player in our side. One of the two international cap players we have in our side is retiring. He's 40 years old. The other one is Ruandre, who's deep into his 30s. So don't sit here and talk about how the Lions are going backwards and we're a useless union. First of all, we'd be a lot better if you guys didn't start poaching our bloody team, which is part of the game, which is fine. But I did enjoy the fact that the knee-jerk response from me saying, well, you guys are a bit useless because, could just do us a favor was, oh, we're so much better than the Lions. Because you're not. Yeah, you're going to win a Challenge Cup tomorrow night and potentially the reason you're not going to be in the Champions Cup, which is going to make me even more pissed off. But yeah, for those who do it, a bit triggered last week, wasn't that deep. Life's too short to be that serious, people. I am not genuinely supporting Gloucester tomorrow, okay? We can all calm down. By the way, if you are new, we will be live tomorrow night. It is obviously the Challenge Cup final, and we're going to be doing a live watch-along, both on YouTube as well as on TikTok. We're going to try something a bit new, try and get some new people involved in the channel, so it'll be cool to see some different people there. Nathan, thank you very much. I'll check to see what the issue is there. Saying, do you think Ulrich Lowe should play against Ireland with Jasper out? I don't think I'd play Ulrich Lowe at 8. I'd probably play Evan Roos, would be my gut. I think they'll start with Evan Roos and then look to bring Kwagga Smith off the bench. I don't think that Cameron Harnicle will necessarily suddenly jump the ship. I think he's slowed down a little bit. I think he's got everything. He's a very talented player, has so much to his game at such a young age. And started like a house on fire. I don't think his last few months has been quite the sort of same impact as it was beginning of the season. Peter Gamedi is going to be an interesting one. It'll be interesting to see if they give him minutes. I reckon we might see him against Portugal. So a lot of big decisions for the Boks to make. And then Nathan's saying, also, I think Warwick Galant deserves to play for the Boks again finally. Well, there is space in the number 15 jersey. We've been talking about Tyron Green a lot, who we don't even know if he is on the Springbok radar because, again, he's not based locally, so he wouldn't have been part of those alignment camps, but we don't know if he potentially could have been or would have been had he been playing the way he's playing down here. For all we know, he actually is in the Springbok coaching staff's plans, but we just don't know what those plans are necessarily. So we have to wait and see exactly what will happen at fullback. But yeah, I mean, I think a Kieran Horn, for example, I think will have his eye on it. No Fassi and Warwick Galant in the initial lineman camps. Maybe they'll look to go back to Warwick Galant and Aple Fassi. Both are capped Springboks. Galant's obviously played a bit more. He was part of the last World Cup squad. Aple Fassi was dropped, to be perfectly honest, from the squad. And I think issues there. This is why, I put the poll out yesterday on the channel. I didn't include Aple Fassi. And a lot of people were very upset. But I think that there's issues with him and the coaching staff. I don't think massive issues, but I think the coaching staff have seen fundamental flaws in his game that until he really does figure out, they're not going to go back to him. They talk about having the right type of people, the right type of players, and I think at the moment, I don't think he fits the Bok mold. Warwick Galant, the way he's playing now, and the fact he's been part of it, maybe a bit more suited to that, and they could go back to him. But again, not been part of a lineman camp for a while, not really been on the Bok radar for that long. Jan say not so sure about the Sharks. They have not really played like champions. Maybe some of their so-called superstars have not been fully committed. Just my opinion, and won't bet on it. I think that's an interesting point. We haven't seen the best necessarily from some of the internationals throughout the season. I thought that during Clermont, that was what was very interesting about that comeback. If you look at that last try, the carry from Pepsi Buthelezi, key player from the Sharks, the box kick from Grant Williams, the retrieve from Eben Etzebeth, the offload from Vincent Stuka, the combination from to Mapimpi. You had a lot of Springboks involved in that build-up of that try, and you can't sit there going, well, that's why they're there. That's why these players are at a different level. That's why you paid them the big bucks. And even, as I said, the likes of Vincent Stuka, who was a big signing for the Sharks, not a Springbok player. Probably could be if he was eligible. I think the way he was playing for the Lions 2 seasons ago, I think it would have been hard to miss or to leave out. But those marquee signings are players that they really expect to stand up in the big moments, because that's why you pay the big money. That's why there are important players in your team. So that final try, you're sitting there going, well, that's why we have them. But unfortunately, I think for the Sharks is that they've been saying that they're not been saying it often enough. It's been too few and far between. And in fact, a lot of their non-Springbok, non-marquee signings have been the big performers, like your CM Masukus. Vernon Clark in the last month sort of turned it on. Your corner roles, who's really stepped up this season. So even James Fenter, who's somebody I'm surprised has had so much game time, has been very consistent. for the Sharks. Joan saying, I sure hope they win, saying, I actually think that Jacques Vermeulen would have a lot to offer the Springboks, given his tackling, breakdown ability, work rate, overall value to any team he plays for. Yeah, he was part of a report saying that apparently a lot of England players potentially, or South African players on the England radar rather, like say Bernard Jansen van Rensburg. And on that note, I want to talk a little bit about the Premiership team of the season, which was announced this morning. And there was some decent SAFA representation for players in that squad. First up, he's been absolutely phenomenal for Bath this season in his debut. Stephen Thomas, the try-scoring tank du Toit, is named in the team of the season at tight. What a season he's had. Been absolutely immense for Bath, who are potentially looking to go all the way. Another South African in the form of Jasper Visa, at 8th man there. Also had a fantastic season. He continues to be the standout 8 in the league, where there are lots of good 8s. Ben Earl being on 7, Courtney Laws. I mean, if you look at that, actually, Ben Earl, Jasper Visa, Courtney Laws, the loose trio, it's a bit childish, isn't it, in terms of how good that potentially is. Then Bernard Jansen van Rensburg was named at 12 in the Dream Team. What a season he's had. He's somebody that is potentially, apparently, on the England radar. And I think somebody who probably would add a lot to England. He's can play at 12 or 13, and the centres in England, for me, have been quite poor recently. I think they've really struggled to find, a real good option. Henry Slade is one of the better ones who was named in the team of the season, but they've struggled to find a partner for him. And then Tyron Green has capped off what has been a phenomenal season for him by also being named in that in that team of the season. So good to see a bit of SAFA representation over there. And it's an interesting reaction to these sort of team of the season, because I look at them and think how fantastic it is that we're exporting such good talent. Some people get a bit upset about it, well, they should be playing here, and well, if they want to play for England, they must play for England. I think players must try and play international rugby, and if that means they're not going to be able to make for the box, and they make the decision, well, I'd rather have a very big, good, solid, important role career for another nation rather than playing, a test here and there from the Springboks, then albeit, you look at how important Pierre Schoeman's come for Scotland. Look at the career Johan van der Merwe's had for Scotland. He wouldn't have had that for the Boks. I think he probably could be part of a Boks squad, but I don't think he wouldn't have had the career he's had at Scotland had he decided to stay here. Or try and represent the Springboks. So I don't begrudge any of these players for choosing to play for a different nation. I think it's a global game, and if you go and you decide to make a decision and it pays off, then good on you for having the guts and the nerve to be able to do that. Nathan said, double checking, Malcolm's available for Ireland. Do you reckon Dion Free's in the picture this year? I'll be surprised if we see Dion Free this year. I just don't really see. Sounds harsh. I don't really see the point. I think he was an important player for us last year due to the combination of injuries that we did have. But if Malcolm's available, which supposedly I think he is set to be fit for, he wouldn't have played any rugby, but is set to be fit for the series. You're going to have Malcolm starting or Bongi starting, Malcolm off the bench. I think we've got better loose forwards than Dion Free, it is the start of a new World Cup cycle. So, you're not going to be playing him against Portugal, for example. At the end of the day, the two important tests, probably the Ireland tests, that's a big one. That's you play your best 23, regardless of age, whatever. You decide, this is our 23 to beat Ireland. This is who we're going with. And after that, you start building. That Portugal game, for me, is a building game. The Rugby Championship, I'd like to try and win, to be honest. I don't see why we can't. And I always think that the Springboks are not given the respect they deserve, through maybe our own fault of not picking up enough trophies in between World Cups. We won a World Cup, but between that World Cup and winning the next World Cup, we won a British and Irish Lions series, but that was it. You never won a Rugby Championship, for example, and I think you need to be able to do that. That's why those New Zealand teams are considered the best, because they just won so many trophies along the way. And I mean, it sounds silly, but even like when was the last time we won a Nelson Mandela Freedom Cup, for example? Those kind of things. And maybe it sounds arbitrary, and a lot of these trophies are arbitrary, but we don't really get to play for much in between World Cups, apart from a Rugby Championship. So we can't just spend 3 years just not caring about our results. We need to pick up trophies. We need to be a bit more consistent, and I'd like us to take that attitude this year and go out and try and win the Rugby Championship. It's going to be an interesting year for New Zealand. It's a brand new era with Razor in charge, so it's an opportunity for us to try and take advantage of that. We've got a far more settled group. Yes, we're now building to the next World Cup, and probably have to start making some big decisions with regards to who's in those plans, who's not on those plans. So you don't get to 2-3 years time and all of a sudden have 4 or 5 key players retiring and you can't really fill their boots. But obviously for that Ireland series, you just pick who you pick who you need for that series. As Johan says, what approach do you think we have to take against the Irish when they arrive? Standard, be big up front and dare to be a bit more expansive in the back line. We obviously haven't played them with Andre Pollard in a while. Molly Liebach played last year, and the year before, I think it was David Williams at 10. So the last time that Pollard would have played them, probably would have been in South Africa when we beat them, actually. So an interesting decision to make a 10 with regards to if you want to play a more direct game, or if you want to play a Molly Liebach and say, right, well, we play a more expansive and a more threatening game with him on the park. How are we going to beat Ireland? Are we going to try and take them into the arm race or take them to the gutters, as they say, and kick threes and do it? Or do we want to play the much more expansive, open sort of style of rugby and hope that works? We're going to have plenty of time to talk about the Ireland series. I'm hoping we're going to get a box score announcement in the next week or two for that Welsh test, which was actually a month yesterday, so less than a month officially. The URC group stage will come to an end next week. So, for example, after that, they'll know exactly who's in the quarterfinals, where this quarterfinals are taking place. So it could be Stormers, Lions, and Bulls all involved in the quarterfinals, in which case those take place on the 7th and 8th of June. And if any of them win, then they're in semi-finals on the 14th and 15th. So I think if players go out in the quarterfinals, they can still be involved in the box because they can have 2 weeks with the box. As soon as they make a semi-final, those players are not going to be available for the box because you'll be playing 14th, 15th, 1 week out, and the box playing on the 22nd. So if all 3 of those teams, miraculously make semi-finals, for example, which might not work with regards to how they all might land up, it could very well be a team of Japanese-based players and Sharks players, which is probably the best. If there's going to be one team available from a South African perspective, you want to be the Sharks with regards to having Evan available. You've got a complete front row there. You've got Evan over there. You've got Grant Williams. If Jaden Hendricks is fit, you've got 2 scrum halves there. You've got injured, but you've got Mapimpi available. So that's a pretty good core of the team. By the time you add a Malcolm Marks, a Peter Steph the Toy, Franco Mostert, Kwaka Smith, Ches and Colby, it becomes a lot easier to sort of pick that side. But it's very interesting to see what happens. You kind of almost want all 3 South African teams to go far in the URC so that we can really start to see which for the fringe players are actually rated by the box. But we're going to wrap it up there for the day. So thank you very much for joining me across the various platforms. We will be live tomorrow night, as I mentioned, for the Challenge Cup final, as well as on Saturday for the Champions Cup final. So make sure you join us throughout the various days as we sort of bring the European competitions to an end before we then shift focus to the URC and then finally to the Springbok season, which really gets underway at the end of June. Please do smash like on the video on the way up. Please do subscribe and follow if you are new.
Hello and welcome, my name is Reese and today I'm going to be speaking to you about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. Forever Sports is proudly supported by BITDEFENDER, one of the global leaders in cybersecurity. Stay safe with the most consistently top-rated antivirus of the last 10 years and counting. To protect yourself from cyber attacks, protect your browsing and personal information, and so much more, get BITDEFENDER. With BITDEFENDER's premium VPN, digital privacy and freedom is as easy as flicking on a light switch. Bank, stream, and download without exposing a single byte of personal information. Unblock your favorite streaming sites and get access to content that you want to watch on up to 10 devices today. Effective, invisible, and amazingly affordable. Use the link in the description to get started.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today's preview, it is the Challenge Cup final, Sharks versus Gloucester, and it's set to be an absolutely phenomenal clash, really, in terms of the first ever South African team in a European final. 2 teams who have not had the best league campaigns, now vying for a potential trophy to salvage their seasons. Star quality across all the various teams. They've got Argentinian internationals, we've got World Cup winners, we've got England internationals, we've got Scottish internationals, we've got everything we could possibly want in this clash, and it's all set to take place at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium tomorrow night. Kickoff at 9 o'clock South African Standard Time. It is 8 o'clock in the UK for the kickoff there. And before we get to the teams, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. We'll start with the Sharks, who are without their captain, which means that Eben Etzebeth will lead the side. Not a bad option to have to captain your side in a two-time World Cup winning Springbok Centurion lock. And that is Eben Etzebeth, one of the greatest players ever to play rugby for South Africa. And he slots at number 4. In the front row, though, it will be that World Cup winning front row of Oxen Chair, Bongi Manambi, and Vincent Koch, who has passed fit and is available this weekend. Etzebeth will be partnered by Gebrand Grobler in a very experienced tight 5, a loose trio which will feature James Venter, the currently really in form Vincent Stuka, and the ever-present young Pepsi Buthelezi, who continues to make waves, is trying to mold it into a number 6, apparently, by John Plumtree, but with the current players available, he will start with the number 8 on the back of his jersey. Grant Williams will partner Sia Masuku in arguably the most exciting, halfback pairing we've got in this country, actually, to be honest. The way that Sia Masuku is playing and the way that Grant Williams is playing, very attacking natured, very, forward sort of thinking, always looking to see how they can get over the advantage line, try and taking opportunities, and it should be really interesting to see how they go with tomorrow being playoff rugby, whether this changes or whether they continue to try and be very positive and very attacking natured. The back 3 is your usual Makazola Bapimpi, Werner Koch, Aple Varsity, but in absence of the Kanya young hooker Ethan Hooker will start at 13, and he will be next to Francois Venter. So plenty of experience with Ethan Hooker being the only one, and as well as Sia Masuku, who have not represented South Africa in either age group rugby or sevens or something like that. So plenty of international caliber in that Sharks backline. Off the bench, it will be Faison Barter, Intuku Honre Jacobs, Lapis Labuschagne, Dylan Richardson, Cameron Wright, Cohen Bosch, and Edwin Cater. Once again, going with a lot of experience, the likes of a Bosch. Even Dylan Richardson played international rugby, is still very young. Intuku is also international quality to play for the Springboks. So it's a strong bench, probably not the strongest bench they can put out, and maybe arguably not as strong as Gloucester, but it's not a bad bench at all. There are some players there that can look to make a difference, but I think that generally the starting 15 will have to be the ones to really get them off to a good start. If you look at this Gloucester side, in the front row, it is Jamal Ford Robinson, Seb Blake, and Fraser Bowman, who will try and contend with that Springbok front row. In the second row, Freddie Clark and Arthur Clark. But for me, this is where this Gloucester side gets so exciting. A loose trio that is Ruan Ackerman, Lewis Laidlaw, and Zach Mercer. I mean, all 3 of them, I think, are potential world-class players. Laidlaw's captain England, for example. Zach Mercer is an absolute beast of a player. Very good ball carrier. 26 years old, coming into the peak of his powers, but 110 kgs, 1.9, is a big lad. As is Ruan Ackerman, we all know about him from his time at the Lions, and he'll be looking to try and impress. The halfback pairing will see Callan Englefield partner Adam Hastings. A nice player to watch this day is Adam Hastings, and very much looking forward to that battle between him and Sia Masuku. Ollie Thorley, Johnny May, Santiago Carreras, the back 3 in the centre. Seb Atkinson next to Scotland and British and Irish Lions outside centre. Chris Harris, who's fallen out of the pecking order really for Scotland with the rise of Hugh Pilotta and the way Hugh Jones is playing. So an opportunity for him on one of the biggest stages to really put his hand up and remind people of his quality. Then off the bench, it is Santiago Stachino, Michael Vivas, Kirill Gotovsky, Albert Tusi, Jack Clement, Stephen Varney, the young Italian and scrum half, Max Llewellyn, the Welsh centre, and Josh Hathaway. It's a good bench from Gloucester, plenty of talent and experience there as well. So it's all set up to be a really, really cool clash. I think, for me, Gloucester probably walk in as the favourites. The Sharks will probably have to, for me, put together their best performance of the season if they are to come away with the trophy. I think the performance they're putting against Clermont probably won't be good enough. You can't afford to let the other team get into the game that much and get ahead and then try and come back. They've got to be on it from the get-go. If they start well, put early pressure on Gloucester, get themselves ahead, then they stand a chance. But if they're not there, then I reckon this side can really hurt them. But let me know what you think down in the comments below. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve, and I'll chat to you soon. Right, hello everybody and welcome. Good evening. And it is time, ladies and gentlemen. It is the first ever Champions or Challenge Cup final that features the South African team. It is the Challenge Cup final. It is a Friday night over at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. And it is Gloucester taking on the Sharks from Durban, who are vying to be the first ever South African team to win a European title. Sounds a bit strange. We'll work on the naming a little bit. But it is the EPCR Challenge Cup, and the two teams about to get underway and about to come out over here. It is going to be a colossal clash. And I tell you what, if you're a Sharks fan, this is defining your season. You know, even I suppose as a Gloucester fan as well, your season is going to be made by this evening. And Oxen Shea, by the way, will come out first, making his 50th appearance for the Sharks. So he will lead out the players as he comes onto the park before Evan Etzebeth leads out the Sharks and Lewis Laidlaw leads out Gloucester. And here they do come. Right, it is final. Right, we're going to go through the teaser just a little bit. Before we do that, I want you to smash a like on the video. I want you to subscribe to the channel if you are new, and I want you to get ready for what is going to hopefully be a blockbuster final, and get your score predictions in. That's the big thing. I want your score predictions now in the comments. Get them going in. There's fireworks over at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. There's everything you'd possibly want. There's some South Africans. I'm seeing Springbok jerseys in there. We are ready for what is going to be an absolutely epic final, and hopefully we are going to see a final that is worthy of the competition that it is. So we're getting score predictions now. I'm just going to make sure that we're sort of sorted and I'm on the social and stuff like that. And then we'll go through the two teams. Right, shall we go? Matthew Reynolds, the referee tonight. And let's go to the side, shall we? So, for Gloucester in the front row, it is Jamal Ford Robertson, Seb Blake, and Fraser Balmain, who will have to contend with an all-Springbok and World Cup winning front row. The second row of Freddie Clark and Arthur Clark, not related, two different spellings even. And then an insane back row of Ruan Ackerman, South African, Lewis Laidlaw, the captain, and Zach Mercer, international world class. Kellen Englefield will partner Adam Hastings, Ollie Thorley, Johnny May in his outgoing game for Gloucester, and Santiago Carreras could be in that back three. In the centres, it is Seb Atkinson and Chris Harris. Off the bench, it is Santiago Asocino, Michael Vivas, Kirill Albert Chuse, Jack Clement, Stephen Varney, Max Schwen, Josh Hathaway, and we are officially underway, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2023-24 Challenge Cup final. The Sharks vying, as I said, to become the first ever South African side to win an EPCR competition, and it looks to be a decent clearance as Apalele Fasti, the Sharks fullback, gathers, and he's going to go to the left boot and kick ahead. He's been in very good form, and while taking out the air, in fact, potentially taken out the air by Mercer by Fasti. It is the penalty for Gloucester. They will have a free extra as he checks to make sure the player is okay. Gives me a bit of chance to go through the Sharks lineup, which is Recheko Batitswe, known as Ox in Share, Bongi Manambi, and Vincent Koch. Evan Etzebeth will captain the side tonight in the absence of Lekanyo Kabran Kobler at number 5. The back row features James Venter, Vincent Tutuka, and Pepsi Buthelezi. Grant Williams will partner the incredibly informed and exciting Siya Masuku, Makazolo Mapimpi, Werner Clark, Apple Fasti, your Sharks back three. In the centres, no Lekanyo which sees Francois Fender start inside centre, and exciting youngster Ethan Hooker starts at outside centre. Off the bench, it will be Faison Barter, Intuka Tsunu, Honor Jacobs, Jean-Ray Lapis Labaskatni, Dylan Richardson, Cameron Wright, Curran Bosch, and Edwin Cater. Good kick here. And Gloucester are just outside the 22. They go to Ruan Ackerman, and it's an early carry. It's a massive hit from James Fenter. I believe that was on Seb Atkinson. So James Fenter, who's a very hard-working player, making his presence known early on in this game. And down the right-hand side, Joe Gloucester. And Zach Mercer, penalty advantage here for Gloucester. It's a bit of a free roll of the dice here. Hastings looking for options. Goes short. Quickly up for the defence, there is James Fenter. He started nicely. They're going to go back for the penalty advantage. Solid start this from Gloucester. Right, Bopello's saying, come on, Sharks, from a Lions fan. Very interested to see if the South Africans all rally behind the Sharks. The problem with me, for example, wanting the Sharks to win is that they could very well take that 8th spot off a URC candidate for the Champions Cup, which could very well then end up being the Lions. So that's my only worry, but obviously we want to see the South Africans do well. It's a bit of a red wall there, I'd assume that will be about the South Stand, I think, at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Right, so Blake feeds the line. They go to the front to Zach Mercer. It's a good take from him. In fact, I think it actually might be Arthur Clark, and it's gone straight down. Not sure there's penalty advantage. I think it might be Hastings. Now options. Long pass out wide. There's the penalty advantage. Goes through the hands. Picked up. And having to be brought back in here by Ollie Thorley. And very isolated there. I think we'll go back for the penalty. That's 3 penalties in a row. Matthew Reynolds going to have a conversation here with Eben Etzebeth. So a conversation between Matthew Reynolds and Eben Etzebeth. And Reynolds not having much of it. So just conversation about the collapsing of the maul there. Sharks will go to the Gloucester will go to the corner here. I think they're looking to be very positive at the moment. So the perfect start so far. And as imagine, a much bigger Gloucester support than a Shark support. Right, another opportunity here. Front of the line out. Once again, it's a good take. Looking for the rolling maul there. And right up against the touchline. And it is bundled out. That is well defended by the Sharks. Look at Bongi Manambi. He's up for it. Celebrating. Grabbing his players. Bringing them up. That's a big moment in the game there from a physicality point of view. If the Sharks are to win this game, I think they're going to have to dominate up front. I think tight 5-wise, I think they've got the better tight 5. Backline, I think it's a bit 50-50. There's some very nice players in this Gloucester side. The back row, I love this Gloucester back row. All the players there are players I enjoy watching. So it's a very good back row. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. Ball over the top to James Fender. A bit of a risky line first up for the Sharks, but it does pay off. And it's a free ball back to Siamasuku. Needs to find touch. Not the best touch find, I must say. It'll go up by the 22. So Gloucester very much still on the front foot. Right, so just outside the 22 here. It's been all Gloucester in the first 5 minutes. Sharks has a nice defense there. You're going to need some more of that throughout the game. Right, this time they're going to go to the front of the line out. There's the captain, Ludlow there. In the 22, looking for options. On the front foot, Ron Ackerman, solid carry there. Oh, a bit of a snap, and he's still going. It's a great run there by Colin Englefield. The scrum off, now on the right side, bit of space. Johnny May is coming back inside his final game in the red and white of Gloucester. So his farewell, and what and how he'd love to say farewell with a trophy to his name. Brand Crobler, solid tackle there. Now options here for Hastings. Options, ball over the top, and he shot quickly, has Varsity. Thorley does very well stay in, comes inside, bounces off Siamasuku. He's eventually going to be brought down by Ethan Hooker in the number 13 jersey. Ball available there for Englefield. Goes to the right. Here's Zach Mercer. Quick pop. Good hands this. Nice carry there from Ruan Ackerman. Good tempo this year from Gloucester. Hastings keeps it with himself. 5 meters out here. Now Mercer wants it. Pops it up to Johnny May. To Thorley. Ball over the top. Thorley almost gets through him. Like he's one of the pimpy dives on him. Scramble defense here from the Sharks. Great work this early on here from Gloucester. Zach Mercer looking for options now. Show and go goes himself. And he's met in a hard-wall defense there from... I think that's Ethan Hooker as well as James Fenton. Now it's Ruan Ackerman who picks up and goes. In the week said that there's no friends in this game. And, for 80 minutes, he's all about winning. And that's a bit of a messy pass. It will go out, and I believe it will be a Gloucester lineup from the looks of it. I think it came with Grant Williams potentially last. Well, I'll tell you what, an all defense here from Gloucester early on. I mean, from the Sharks, rather. And there's going to be a yellow card early on, yeah, I think. I think it's going to be Apple Varsity. Wow, that's a big moment in the game. Yeah, because just see it's accumulation, and 4 penalties in a row is what Randall's got to say. That's a pretty large yellow card, isn't it? It's probably a little bit excessive. But the Sharks will go down now to 14 men. So it's a big opportunity in the game now. Now, they're still going to go for the front foot here. Blake's going to defeat the line out. They've got a 5 meters line out. They go to the front to Zach Mercer. Big pressure here. Looking for the only more. Now they do use it. Quick defense up there. See Masuka Grant Williams holding on. Slow ball this time. Takes a bit of time here, does Clark. After that is. There are 2 of them. Mercer met hard in the tackle. Good defense so far here from the Sharks. No penalty advantage. That's a nice big carry coming from Ludlow. Now Hastings. Chris Harris. Good tackle that from Francois Fenter. Now numbers. Little dab through. Johnny May, and the ball comes out. I think even Etzebeth. But it's a penalty once again from Gloucester. I tell you what, Sharks need to be careful. They could be at risk of losing another one at this rate. Well, I'll tell you what, if Gloucester wanted to have a dream start, this is close to it. They just need to find the poise to really pay off. And the Sharks, 5 penalties conceded within 8 minutes, are absolutely reeling. Got to store up the discipline, got to get themselves out of this position. You cannot concede this amount of penalties in the danger zone because they're already down to 14. They could be down to 13 already. Right, once again, back on the 5 meter line. Sharks surviving. They go to the back. It's a good take and popped up. Good hands. Now short there. Chris Harris is just short. He's reached, but I think short. Ebenetzebeth's come away with it. There's a knock-on advantage. Must have been inches. Absolutely inches there from Chris Harris. Should have kept Arnold a bit. Thought he had enough for the try. No penalty advantage. There's a knock-on, in fact. So we're going to go back for the scrum. First scrum of the day. That is brilliant by Ebenetzebeth. Reaching for the try line there, Chris Harris and Etzebeth there just to grab the ball and say, nope, not today, thank you very much. But it's the hands, it's the continuity so far from Gloucester, which has been so impressive. Oh, that's so good from Etzebeth. Look at this. As he's going down to start a tackle from Ethan Hooker, it's such a good angle. And as he goes to reach, Etzebeth puts himself in front, gathers the ball, says, thank you very much. Not today, mate. And it will be a scrum now for the Sharks. Right, so first scrum of the day. And I think this is an area where the Sharks can really have a go at Gloucester. I think they will have the stronger scrum. And I expect them to dominate this really. Grant Williams with the ball in hand. Ritecha Baditswe and Cher Ox, one of the best scrummagers in world rugby. Vincent Koch, another pretty good scrummager next to him. And front row and tight 5 really. Which for me will have the weight, will have the skill, will have the power. What an exhilarating first 10 minutes. I'm exhausted just watching it. Right, so big scrum here coming here. It's on the 5 meter line, and it's just about 2 meters right of the poles. And there it is. Penalty to the Sharks. As I said, I think that's going to be a weapon for them. There's such a good scrum. And I think that's going to be an area they're going to really target. I think, in and around the speed of the game, I think Gloucester will have the home support as well, in inverted commas. But set piece is so important. And we needed the most. Ritecha Baditswe, they spoke about chasing the sun, and they just haven't met someone who's got such a strong back. There's just no neck. He's just 100% power. And look at he just drives through Fraser Balmain like it's nothing. Like a hot knife through butter. Big celebrations there coming from the bench there. Up in the Varsity as well. Very chuffed after getting that yellow card. Very relieved at the moment the Sharks have not conceded points since he has been carded. And now the Sharks up towards the halfway line will have an opportunity. 29 phases so far from Gloucester, just the 4 from the Sharks, showing you the dominance that Gloucester have had early on. Mongi Manambi feeds, and it's stolen though. Vince 2 goes up, and Englefield comes away, gives it away to Zach Mercer. Not too many options, spins away, but the tackle from James Fenter is good. Not on the blind side goes Gloucester, puts his head down, does the Gloucester captain, Lewis Ludlow. Right on the halfway line, right up against that left-hand touchline. They're going to work their way back towards the middle. Ruan Ackerman, it's a nice big carry there from him. Made it hard on the tackle by Reteko Vaditwe and Che and James Fenter. Slow ball this, and I think it's going to go to the boot with Ingerfield. Nope, decides to go to Hastings. Hastings looking for options. He's going to go to the air. Down the right-hand side. Johnny May will give chase. It's slightly too deep, though. Maximum Pimpy will mark it. Just, I think that's probably a good decision. Takes a quick tap now. Throws to Masuku. Masuku, a little bit of pressure, actually. Fires it away. Well read, though. And this is Carreras who's going to run the back. And it's charged down. Fallen back to Mapimpi. Bit of space over here. Pops it up to Masuku. Masuku sees a bit of space and just goes to the boot. That's a great kick from Sia Masuku. Proper pressure relieving kick, that is. Halfway between the 10 meter and the 22. Just identified the space under a bit of pressure. Kept it nice and low. Went straight towards touchline. And that's a nice moment. That'll just give the Sharks a bit of time to breathe. And stolen though, and Oxen Chair comes away with the line. So it's a good line at that from the Sharks. Ball available for Bongi Manambi. He's going to go himself. Grant Williams looking to try and get a quick ball here. Fires it out to Steve Masuku. Masuku looking for options. Fires it to Francois Fenter. He goes to Ethan Hooker, steps inside. Going himself now is Ethan Hooker. Brought down by Atkinson. Grant Williams, quick ball to James Fenter, who sits down. Chris Harris, who then has another go and brings him down. Up against the right-hand side. Now they work down the left-hand side. There's Eben Etzebeth. Masuku. That's a good carry off. Francois Fenter losing it forward, and they'll have the option of the scrum of the line here. Will Gloucester, which if I'm them, I'm taking the line every single day. Yeah, so they're going for the scrum. Yeah, this time will be a Gloucester line put in. So a big opportunity for the Sharks to have a bit of a go. Still with that yellow card. So down to 14 men at the moment. Coping just fine for now. And I think Sharks will be so pumped after, you know, that 12-minute sort of just absolute siege on their trial. And it's another massive scrum there. Oxenchair, Vincent coming straight through. They do win the penalty. And I keep mentioning this is going to be the way they're going to win this game. Scrums and just the set piece in general. What a big scrum that is. Oxenchair, Vincent Koch plowing through their opposite numbers. And yeah, this could be a long day in the office. A long, long day in the office. Big celebration there from Pepsi Buthelezi, number 8. Annalise Kruger earlier saying, make some history with the cup tonight. Of course, talking about that try save from Eben. KPMG reckons that Apelele Fassi was lucky not to get a card with that tackle in the air first up. Earlier on, we had Vic saying he reckons Grant Williams scored the first try. Cornelius Ross was asking if Buthelezi might be the next Khaleesi. So a couple of early conversations. But now, Sia Masuku had the first opportunity to get some points. And Sia Masuku doing Sia the Sauce Masuku things. He raised the flags, and the Sharks, despite that early onslaught, actually take the lead. So that's a very important moment there. Sharks up 3-0, and 2 minutes left on the clock. So Fassi might have gone to the bin, and yet potentially the Sharks not only not concede any points, but have actually scored some. And they're around the middle of the park here to Gloucester, pretty deep as well. And it's well scrambled by Grant Williams. He goes to that left boot. It's not his favourite boot, but it looks like a pretty decent touch finder from Grant Williams, who was talking a little bit about in the week about how he never expected to go to the World Cup. The fact that he was playing club rugby in Natal, didn't really expect to get a Sharks contract, and a couple of years later, it's a World Cup winner. So just talking about, never give up, and you're never out of it, basically. But to just keep working and to be serious about things. If you want to go far, when you get to club rugby, for example, don't just look at it as club rugby. Look at it as a stepping stone. It's in the decent lineup from the Sharks. You do contest, and they force Zach Mercer all the way back inside Gloucester's half. Ball available there for Inglefield. They're going short there to run Ackerman. A couple of double tackle on from Bongi Manambi and Cabran Krobler means that Gloucester are kept inside their own half. And that's a deep kick here from Gloucester. Mapimpi is scrambling a little bit, but will mark it. Right, so 40 seconds left. So they should be able to get up and Varsity back on the field without conceding any points. It's my pleasure, Ian. Welcome to it. I hope you subscribe to the channel. Jeff Chandler saying, Sharks go big. That's a nice tackle. Very nice tackle that on, I think it was Johnny May coming around that line out. Now flat for Zach Mercer. James Fenter once again up so quickly. Doing really good work there. Mercer looking for options. Behind the advantage line though. Scrambling a little bit. Englefield looking for options. Starts to go to Hastings. A bit of numbers here if they want to use it, but need good hands. On the bounce there. Now kicking behind. Looks to be a good one as well. That'll be just in front of the 22. That's a nice kick in behind. I think that was Carreras. And Fassi desperate to get on. He is back on. So, 16 or 17 minutes past. Sharks down to 14 men, but scoring 3 points in the process, not conceding any. So, they'll take that. They'll very much take that. Yeah, it's good momentum so far. This is the thing with Gloucester all of a sudden, is that they're trying to get over the advantage line. They're playing at a very high tempo, which early on was hurting the Sharks. The Sharks' physicality, and now banging them down. Maybe just try and slow the game down a little bit, but the Sharks' physicality has been very impressive. And just trying to sort of dent, really, the momentum here from the Sharks. So it's been a good start here from the Sharks. I've been impressed. I have been very impressed. So an opportunity now for the coaches to get some words to their players. Be interested to see what those words are. What are they? Are they panicking yet? For example, what is the conversations that they're currently having? Mikhail Neeson apparently has $100 on the Sharks to win. It's a big bet. So far, looking pretty good. If it's like this in 20 or sort of 40 minutes time, I don't even have a cash out offer there. It's a bit going to Williams. Williams going to James Fenter, who's had a nice start to the game. He becomes such an important player for the Sharks. Maybe even a bit of an unlikely hero. Now, Williams goes to the boot. Bucks on a Pimpy afterwards. And he will compete. It bounces backwards, but Ongi Manambi comes to it, and he runs into Englefield. Oh, he's charging. There goes top dog in Manambi. Quick ball here from Cabran Krobler. Goes to Grant Williams. Snipes by himself. Sees a bit of space to Grant Williams. Goes for the snipe. Doesn't quite get there. Oxen chair there to retain possession. Mapimpi back in that scrum half. Has got Vincent Koch for company. He goes with Vincent Tuka behind him. Ball available. And Grant Williams does appear to fulfill his duties as scrum half. Goes to Masuku. Not to be noticed. Masuku goes to the boot. Goes pretty deep, but it's just outside 22. Well weighted. And that's a good take that from Thorley. But good pressure being exerted by the Sharks as well. Just outside 22 on the left-hand side. That's another solid carry there from Ron Ackerman. We've seen him working very hard in the fringes. And now it'll be Kellen Inglefield who'll once again go to the boot. And that will be contestable. I believe Varsity goes up. In fact, it's not. And they're looking for the hit there. It's a pretty good hit there coming from Thorley. But plenty of Sharks players back to try and secure possession. Grant Williams just basically saying slow it down. Goes to Vincent Koch. Gets away from one. Solid work here from him. And Grant Williams now shaping up for the box kick. And he goes high in the air. BITDEFENDER that's chasing. We know how good he is. So is Werner Koch. That's a great take though from Thorley, who's fallen just in front of Gebran Krobler. Good work there. I think it was Ford Robertson getting there to secure the ball. Gebran Krobler showing some nice physicality as well. Slow ball this now for Inglefield. Has to be precise. A couple of times they kicked a bit too long, but that is pretty much inch perfect. Fussy though. Looking for options. Runs into Hastings. They're trying to hold him up. Yeah, eventually manages to work his knee down to the ground. Just outside the 22 on the right-hand side. Grant Williams taking his time. Just organising his line now. Pops up to Oxenchair. A couple of defenders up quickly, but he rides the hit well and makes a meter. Now slow ball this as Grant Williams is going to go to the boot. As the clock runs towards that 20-minute mark. Does go to the boot. This is high in the air. Bernard Koch chasing, as is Evan Etzebeth. James Fenter lurking as well. Another great take, this time from Santiago Carreras, the Argentinian fly half, really. And a penalty for Gloucester. Quickly, almost thought about taking it quickly, did Inglefield. And I think if Gloucester are intelligent, they'll probably look to take the points here. B. Scott saying Sharks and Leinster to win. URC clean sweep. Yeah, a lot of people are actually even saying, talking about the Leinster result tomorrow, the fact that they really want to support the URC team. It's an interesting concept of sort of tribalism in that, you know, we've got our nations, now we've got our competitions, for example. It's interesting to see how the people align themselves to the different teams and the various reasons behind it. They are taking the points here. Santiago Carreras will line this up to try and level the scores here after 21 minutes. And he's pulled that to the left. So they've gotten away with that one out of Sharks. And I'm going to end the poll. So I asked you earlier, who will win the Challenge Cup? And over 500 people have voted, 83% thinking that the Sharks will win it. So, yeah, it's pretty one-sided, isn't it? I need another poll here. The next poll I'm going to do is, should Masuku get a Springbok call-up? I think this is a pretty easy poll to have, to be fair. I'm going to still throw it out there, see how I'll poll for the rest of the half. And another penalty. So Oxenchair has hands over it. The referee didn't say anything, to be fair. This is too deep there to go to the for the three. So they'll go for touch here with Gloucester. Nope, they're going to have another go here. And I think this will be Englefield, who's got the bigger boot than Carreras. Mark McCann saying, are SF fans happy with the move north Friday night finals? Got to be good. Yeah, I think majority of us are. I certainly am. Yeah, I've really enjoyed. I think the Challenge Champions Cups obviously had their challenges, and I think it's something that we obviously still need to work on. But I'm absolutely loving the URC, especially this season. It's been so good. And that's a pretty good looking kick from Inglefield. He's just going to sneak in. I think it does sneak in. That'll level the scores. Great kick that in the end from the scrum off. But I think generally people are quite happy that we have gone north and that we are part of the competition. It's a great kick that from the scrum off. 3 points apiece after 23 minutes. Has been very much final rugby with regards to a tight score so far. And a lot of kicking game, very sort of tactical, bit of an arm wrestle. Zach Mercer underneath the high ball. They needs to roll there, does James Fenter, working really hard to do it. And Matchell Randall appreciating that as well. Oxen Chair putting in a couple of hits there at the right time just to try and soften up those Gloucester bodies. And going to go to the butcher is the scrum off, looking for touch, I'd imagine. Very much looking for touch there, and we'll find touch about just below the 10-metre line. Decent clearance that from the number 9. Stephen Varney, the young Italian, is the deputy tonight. So 2 scrum offs who are very young when you think that Kenneth Engelfield's 24 years old, Stephen Varney's I think 22. 23. So 2 youngsters tonight. 2 very, very talented players, though. Very, very talented. I enjoy watching both of them play, to be fair. Now, Vincent Koch. Good work from him. Ball available for Grant Williams. They got to Edward Etzebeth, the captain for tonight. No Lakanya also a big blow that for the Springboks. Now Grant Williams looking for options. Popping up to James Fenter. James Fenter slightly isolated, but working really hard in the tackle. And eventually, he brought in 3 of them to try and eventually complete it. Now, Siamasuku fires out to Francois Fenter. Francois Fenter coming in for Lakanya with Ethan Hooker shifting to the 13 jersey. Vincent Koch goes the more direct route, as most tight heads generally do. Now Hooker looking for options. And he goes to Cabran Krobler on the 10-metre line, working his way down the left-hand side. Abdullah Fassi, almost obstruction, does very well to get in front of Bongi Manami when the hit was eventually made. Now Oxen Chair, brought down by Zach Mercer. Masuku, can't pass to Vincent Koch has got a bit of space. Thought about the inside of the ball, and now pops it up to Pepsi Buthelezi. Pepsi Buthelezi still going. He's got Vincent Tuka on his shoulder. Oh, he's told him dummy. Is he going to go all the way? It's going to go all the way. That is absolutely brilliant. Pepsi Buthelezi says, who needs any support? I'll do it myself. The Sharks get over the first try of the match. Goodness me, what a moment that is. Absolutely sensational from Pepsi Buthelezi. I thought he should have offloaded. He sold the dummy. He had Vincent Tuka on his shoulder. But what a run this is from Pepsi Buthelezi. What a moment this could be in the game. Bang. See, to Vincent Koch. Holds the ball. Pops out to Pepsi Buthelezi. Gets away from one. Bang. Gets away from another. He's got Vincent Tuka there. Oh, jeepers. And he solves the dummy. And Santiago Carrera, so he's been sent for sausages. Absolutely sent there. Chatuka will be a little upset. He reckons he's going to have a Challenge Cup final try there. But Buthelezi with the acceleration, the skill set, and more importantly, the presence of mind to read the situation, read the fact that he looked for the dummy, did Carrera. So keeping it in hand was exactly what he needed to do. It's exactly what he did do. They are over. They are back ahead. And Masuku now to give them a potential 7-point advantage, as he does with ease, right in front of the poles. Sharks 10, Gloucester 3, 27 minutes. Pepsi Buthelezi, come with the hour, come with the man. That's a big moment in the game. First real time the Sharks have actually looked dangerous. The first time they've really been inside Gloucester territory with forward momentum, and they've scored. So they've been accurate so far of the Sharks, despite not having a lot of opportunities, which is a trait I don't think they've had a lot this season. So it's something... Oh, no, and having said that, a bit of a mistake from Fassi, who knocks it backwards. Thankfully for him, almost a huge error off the kickoff. Sharks eventually do secure it. Could have been a massive moment, that. Now, Oxen Chair, still not out of the woods, though, and put a lot of pressure on his team here as Fassi. Grant Williams is going to go to the box kick here, or he might go back to Siamasuku. Found a bit of pressure. Needs to find a decent clearance. He's not going to go to touch here as Grant Williams, and Mapimpi will give chase. So if Gloucester win this, it'll be just outside 22, knocked forward. So it'll be a Sharks scrum, which works out really well for them, because generally the scrums have resulted in one thing, and that has been a penalty for the Sharks. They had a fantastic scrum early on so far. Not a great start yet from Apple Fassi. Yeah, work needed from Fassi. He's probably about the only person who hasn't really been at his best so far today. Right, so scrum here for the Sharks, and they have been so powerful, the scrums, that they'll be looking for the one thing, and that's a penalty. They won't be looking to get this ball out. They'll be looking to put it in and keep it in, win another penalty, as they have. They've been so solid at penalties at scrum time at the moment. That's 3 from 3, really. There actually hasn't been a penalty that has... Sorry, a scrum that hasn't been a penalty so far. So that's a massive weapon. 3 penalties conceded already from Gloucester and Sharks. I think that was actually the defining moment, actually, was after those 10 minutes on the try line, getting that scrum, winning the penalty, getting themselves further up the pitch, winning another penalty, this time on Gloucester ball. I can actually get rid of that yellow card. That's really what's given them back into the game. Taking the time to get the line out here are the Sharks. They'll be feeling full of confidence. They can score again all of a sudden, then it becomes their game to control. Right, good line there. Karan Krobler taking it. Used quickly. Grant Williams fires it flat. Ethan Hooker, he's still going. Eventually brought down by Sebastian Blake. Quick ball. Penalty advantage right in front of the poles. This should be 13-3. But a free roll of the dice in the meantime. And there is the penalty right in front of the pole. Sia Masuka will say, thank you very much. Let me get my points tally going even more. Right, Sia Masuka will look to add to his tally. And this is right in front of the poles, and I'm sure he will say, as the clock ticks down to 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, bang, in front, and off he goes. Oh, what a kick that is from Sia Masuku. Sharks 13, Gloucester 3. Despite that early dominance, the Sharks have basically absorbed the pressure, now exerted back on Gloucester, and as I said, uncharacteristically for the Sharks, been very, very clinical, and that's what you've got to be in a final. You don't have to be at your best. You don't have to be at your prettiest. You've got to be clinical. You've got to make sure every single time you get an opportunity to take points, you're taking them, that you're building a lead, that you're controlling the game. Restart once again goes towards Apelid Fassi. This time it's a much better take from him. Yeah, talking there to the Gloucester, one member of the Gloucester coaching staff, talking about the fact that they will have opportunities, but they've got to take them. I think that's the main thing. They haven't been as clinical as the Sharks have been. And Grant Williams going to the boot. Evan Etzebeth leading the charge as he often does, looking to try and tap it back. And it falls in the hands of Vincent Koch, who goes to the grabber. Vincent Koch, I'll tell you what. That's a 50-22 from Vincent Koch. I'm pretty sure it is. Maybe just inside the half. I'm telling you, this is a 50-22. Yeah. That's a 50-22 from Vincent Koch. When are you ever going to see a tight head with a 50-22 once again? That is absolutely sensational. And then they lost the line. Vincent Koch must be fuming. I'd be fuming. If I'm a tight head prop and I've just pulled off a 50-22 and you go and lose the line, I'll be absolutely fuming. And this time going for distance, there's Englefield. Does find touch, decent touch finder as well. That's well past the 10-meter line. He thought it was even further, but I think I'd take that if I was them. So I actually took a touch off of Etzebeth. So whilst it's not as far as you would have liked, it is his line out. Bit of space down the left-hand side here for the Sharks. You win the line. Maximum Pimpy comes back inside. Brought down by Chris Harris. Such a good defender. There's Chris Harris. Masuku goes inside to Pooh. James Bennett pops it up for Grant Williams. Grant Williams pops it to try score a Pepsi Buthelezi. 33 minutes gone so far in this first half of the final at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in the United Kingdom. Probably thought about popping it, then decided to go himself. A little bit in two minds there, the Sharks. Need to find somebody to get them back on the front foot. Grant Williams goes to the boot. Etzebeth gives chase. It'll be just outside pinpoint from Grant Williams, but Pimpy is there. Who's come away with that ball is the question. Big call, yeah, it is from Matthew Reynolds. I think who's going to be carried? It's going to be a Gloucester scrum, which is not the worst result. But Pimpy reckons he had the ball. That's why neither of them were going to let go, because it didn't, it was one of those 50-50 where they both kind of had hands on the ball out of the air. But the kicking game so far from the Sharks has been very accurate. I mean, there, for example, Grant Williams had that on a string just outside of 22. Not known for his box kicking as Grant Williams. Something he's had to really work on. Jaden Hendrickson, a great person to learn off, for example. He's so good when it comes to his tactical kicking. But they're getting players up there. They're competing and they're winning the small battles here. And Tuka Munu, he's going to take a pause and just wants to watch the scrums here. And once again, another scrum, another penalty here from the Sharks. And Grant Williams thinking about taking this quickly. But there's going to be a conversation with Matthew Reynolds to the Gloucester front row. Four penalties conceded. So Lewis Ludlaw's having a conversation with Matthew Reynolds. Could risk losing a prop to the bin. Question is another Shark. Should they take the points here? The way that Sia Masuku is kicking up, they are going to take the points. The kicking tee has arrived. Larry Boateng saying, come on, Sharks. Joanne Naidu saying, what's the clock now? Well, I'm not sure if you can see it on the screen there. It is currently 35 minutes there. That 39 is a bit wrong. So it's 35 minutes on the clock. And Sharks looking to add an extra 3. Junior Gill saying, thanks for commentary. So appreciate it. Go Sharks. Very much welcome. And welcome to the channel if you are new. Make sure you smash the like on the video. Subscribe as well. Let's try and build our rugby community. Right, Sia Masuku, he's 3 from 3. He is now 4 from 4, and that is in the middle of the... I mean, it's just so good. As I said, he's metronomic with the way he kicks the rugby ball, and calm as a... What is it? Cool as a cucumber, as they say. Calm as... I need to find like a cool something, like a rhyming something. But yeah, whatever it is, he has it. He has it. World class is what I think Sia Masuku could well become very soon. Once again, they've taken out, they've targeted Varsity, who's won a penalty. I think has actually been a push onto Francois Venter, which then takes out Varsity in the air. So Ludlaw's having a conversation with Matthew Reynolds to make sure he doesn't lose a player to the bin. Varsity stayed down here. Doesn't look particularly good. Looks like he is potentially winded. But it's a free exit though. Yeah, you can just see. So it's a collision. It's accidental, to be fair. It does happen. It's a rugby incident. And Thorley then goes crashing into Francois Venter. As a result, Fussy goes over. They win the penalty. They'll have a free exit. And there's just over 3 minutes left on the half. So kick it nice and deep. Get them put into the line. They are having a potential look at foul play here, actually. So this could yet get a little worse for Gloucester. And it's amazing how the tidings have turned. Sharks were being put to the sword, really, is no other way of putting it early on. And all of a sudden, they are 16 points to 3 up. And Gloucester look a little bit shell-shocked. I think it's probably the best way of describing it. So I don't know if they're looking at foul play. They're looking to see the potential blocking. So this could actually be a very interesting team review. I don't think you can look at that blocking. All the players turn around. There's no movement, for example. This is going to be reversed, by the way. Okay, that's interesting. So the penalty's been revoked. It's going to be a scrum for Gloucester. Apparently not. They're going to say it's not a penalty, so not dangerous in the air is the call. And instead, it's going to be a scrum for Gloucester. So, I mean, for Gloucester, they've got to find a penalty. They've got to find something here. There is just over 3 minutes left on the clock for the Sharks. Not the worst thing to have a scrum. They have had such a dominant scrum that you know, if you just put your head down, go straight through, Sharks can win a penalty, and then they've got the penalty already. For Gloucester, they've got to make something happen. They've got to try and score before half time to make this game interesting. They convert a try, puts them within 6, gives them within a converted try of getting regaining that lead, or getting to the lead. I suppose they haven't had the lead just yet. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people were saying. I mean, the panel earlier was saying that they expect the Sharks to dominate. I had a different opinion. I think that this Gloucester side is very good, and I think their first 10 to 12 minutes showed how good this Gloucester side can be. But the Sharks, to give them their credit, have absorbed all the pressure, and since then have managed to put it back on Gloucester. And what we're just seeing is two different teams. One been very clinical, and the other one hasn't. That's a great tackle there from Grant Williams, but ball's still available. Yeah, for Gloucester on the front foot. Slightly isolated, but there was a knock. I thought there was a knock on, so it'll be a scrum for the Sharks. So just over 2 minutes, and I think this would be penalty time. Yeah. It's actually a knock off from the Sharks, so it'll be a Gloucester scrum. A couple of boos echoing around. The Gloucester fans not happy. They do eventually get the decision though, so they'll live. 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes left on the clock here. If Gloucester want to get back to the game, they've got to try and make something. If they can make something happen before half time, it gives them an opportunity to get back into the game. For the Sharks, got to find a penalty here, get themselves back into Gloucester territory, get through the half time, take that 13-point lead into the change room, and come out back with the momentum. I've been very impressed with what I've seen here from the Sharks. It'd be so typical of like the likes of the Sharks to be so bad the entire season, then come in and put this kind of performance in, steal a trophy, grab a place in the Champions Cup, but still a lot of rugby to be played. Inside ball there. It's a good work actually from Gloucester. Just saw the 22. Vincent Tuka, they're all over that ball, winning a penalty. Those are big moments. You look back at finals, for example, and you look at tries, you look at tackles, you look at carries, turnovers, penalties, stuff like that. Vincent Tuka, that is absolutely clutch. They get it very wrong here, Gloucester. Just kind of ran into a bit of no one. And bang, makes the tackle back on his feet. Hands on the ball very quickly, wins the penalty. Look at that tackle. Bang, onto his feet. Waits for the tackle, breaks the ball with them, wins the penalty, says thank you very much. And you can see the celebrations coming from the teammates. They know how big that is with less than a minute to go. To win that turnover is a huge moment. Sharks now on the front foot there on the halfway line, and I think as soon as that hooter goes, they'll just pop it out. I don't think they're too worried about scoring more points so far this half, but I think they'll be very satisfied with that 13-point lead. Last phase potentially as the clock goes red officially now. And Grant Williams says, thank you very much. We'll take a 13-point lead into half-time. Not something I expected, especially after that first 10 minutes from Gloucester, but the Sharks have been very, very good. They'll take a 13-point lead into half-time. Pepsi Boot lazy with that try. Siya Masuku with the rest of the points off the boot. We'll see you guys very, very shortly. Don't go away. Smash like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. And I'll see you in a few. Right, hello and welcome to Between Two Fans. These are your two coordinating fans today, both sporting the grey. Not sure what the mood is. I suppose Dan is commiserating another Premier League season, not in the title challenge. Steve is mourning the fact that we were almost in the bottom 10. So not been a good football weekend, but we'll get to that. But these are your two fans, Stevie P and Mr. Dan Scholes. Dan, how are you?
Stevie, good. I can rest well knowing that at least, Liverpool didn't come second. So you don't look back with the hope. We didn't let the hope kill us right at the end. It was a slow demise. But an emotional goodbye to my main man, Jurgen. What a guy. Even creating a new song for the incumbent Arno Slot, his successor. But otherwise, phenomenal, Stevie. Jeepers, we are at the business end of the season. We're talking
all sports, all of it.
European rugby, European football, IPL final, all within a weekend, which is, conference. The Europa League is tomorrow, so not even the weekend, before the weekend. Lots to come. Lots.
Yes. And probably before a little bit of a calm. This is kind of the storm before the calm.
Yeah. So buckle in, get yourselves ready. We're going to be going over URC, Premiership Rugby, Champions League, Europa League, just a Prem. We got
Cup.
Breaking news from Chelsea, from the Chelsea management position. And then, of course, the first of the IPL playoffs has just been played this evening. So we're going to get all into it, Stevie. But before we jump into that, let's look back at last week. We have a little prediction game going here, and I've been recommended by a dear friend of ours, Ricky Johnson. And he said, listen, loving the predictions, the comeback's on. He knows it. He believes it. He says, but there's got to be a forfeit. So we've agreed that the opposite member has got to wear, I would have to wear a Man United jersey. Steve would have to wear a Liverpool jersey. Or, to be fair, he even said Arsenal because he reckons that you are Arsenal's biggest hater. So I'd be happy with Arsenal either because I think...
I'm trying to decide which one I'd rather not wear, actually. It's a huge one. It's a huge one. I know more Arsenal fans is the problem.
Yeah, okay, well then I'm happy with Arsenal just because I think that'll put you in more pain. So the race is on to 15. So at the end of last week, it was 8-6. Remember, it was an 8-2. So I was 4 on the bounce, come back well and truly on. Let's see what happened last week. We put our predictions on the Lions versus Glasgow game. Lions going down to 14 men pretty early on in the game. But a monumental comeback and blowout win. Lions by 23, winning the game 44 points to 21, doing everything.
Despite four cards. A yellow card followed by a red, 2 Ron Fenter. A yellow card while we had a red, and then another yellow card while we had a red.
No, huge. there was that like 15-minute passage.
Not even, it's like 12 minutes or something stupid.
It's just like you couldn't do anything but score a try. Insane comeback, and without it, you would have been undoubtedly out of the URC.
No, you would have been out. Yeah,
back in contention, absolutely. Then the second, so Stevie, your prediction was Lions by 5, mine was Lions by 4. So the blowout win does give you the lead just by 1 point, but nonetheless the lead. Second game was City versus West Ham. The result being 3-1 as City became champions of England for the 4th time in a row. My prediction was 4-0 City, and yours was 3-1, Stevie. So you know what? For your lack of a kind of 18-point difference in the Lions of Glasgow, I'll give you this one on the buzzer.
It's a gift.
To that, which does give you the win for the week. But I'll go over the.
We're back, boys. We're back. The slide has stopped.
Do we want to go into it? But yeah, let's get into it because I did come back.
No, it doesn't really matter.
Arsenal winning that game 2-1 My prediction was 2-0 to Arsenal. Yours was 3-0 to Arsenal. So my 2-0 being a little bit closer, but too little, too late. Stevie, you back on the scoreboard. It's 9-6, and now the race is firmly on to 15. I think it's at least got to be a couple of episodes punishment for this one. So we're going to have to start sourcing friends. If there's anyone in London with a Man United shirt, don't worry, hold on to it. I don't intend on losing this. Just if there are people.
I know people. I know people. I will sort people out. Don't you stress. We'll go and find like a proper OG one as well. Like during the time when we used to beat Liverpool on the regular, like back when it was when Ferguson basically retired Liverpool as a club. We'll go find one of those jerseys.
Okay. Calma. Let's, before we get into all the footy chat, jump into last weekend's URC fixtures, Stevie, or results.
What
rather.
a weekend!
Wow, insane.
Some mental results. I mean, from the flipping Friday,
top four has changed. Glasgow in fourth all of a sudden from first. Munster first, Bull second, Leinster third.
And literally can't catch the other two unless they fumble it.
Yeah.
So Munster all of a sudden set to take top of the log, and Bulls set to come second. Bulls all of a sudden with a home semi-final potential if they can get through the next two games.
Massive.
Connacht out the running. Bang. Cheers. Goodbye. It was nice knowing you. The Lions very much in the running. In fact, the Lions are basically guaranteed a spot as long as if they can beat the Stormers.
Well, I mean,
because Edinburgh are playing against Benetton in that last round, so one of them has to drop points.
Okay.
Yeah, big. Well, I mean, how cool is that? How cool is that for a game?
Yeah,
that's going to that last round.
That's literally the winner of that. But I mean, it's essentially it's been a kind of a slow burner. Ospreys were in it. They fell off last week out of the contention. This week, Connacht, after losing to Stormers at home, they're out of contention. So 2 more game weeks and one more game week. Sorry.
One more game week. Yeah, it all comes down to this. But then also, Ulster were in the running, but are potentially falling out. They were like, didn't have much space. And then all of a sudden, after the season they've had, beating Leinster by 2 points on Saturday to actually put themselves a little bit ahead and actually could have, I wouldn't say safety necessarily, because they can mathematically still drop. Yeah, but unlikely that if they pick out 1 more point basically, or 2 more points, they're losing bonus point, and they can sneak in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's quickly cover the results so people know the scores. Zebre, Scarlets winning that one 32 points to 18. A bit of a just playing for pride at that point. Big win, Munster 29 points to 26, which put them right atop Edinburgh. That was a phenomenal game on Friday because both teams really desperate to win that one and for different reasons. Edinburgh to secure top 8, which they haven't been able to. Munster now right at number 1, home final potentially on the cards. Bulls, a big points tally. We predicted it last week versus Benetton, 56 points to 35 win there for them. Benetton getting the losing bonus point, I believe, with 4 tries in any case, which was helpful, but still a blowout win for the Bulls. Ospreys beating the Drags 26 points to 13. Lions, as previously mentioned, 44 points to 21 versus Glasgow Warriors, who were number 1 when they went to the Highvelds. Stormers getting an unlikely and uncharacteristic away win to Connacht. I don't think we've actually even beaten Connacht since the URC has begun. So
very bogey team.
Yeah, a bit of a bogey team, and just a tough place to go on the fake pitch. I never like it when we're on the fake pitch.
Yeah, that 4G crap. Yeah.
These schemes about, but big loss is Damien Willemse, who we'll get into a little bit later.
Yeah, and Sasha Fame-Ngomazulu.
Yeah, but his seems only short term, but possibly missing the rest of the URC. And the 2 final fixtures were essentially B/C team Sharks going down to Cardiff,
which probably earns more than the Lions A team, to be fair. You look at some of those players.
True. And then Ulster, as previously mentioned, a massive 23 points to 21 win over Leinster, despite their financial woes this season. Obviously not a full-strength Leinster team as they are preparing for their Champions Cup final this weekend. But Stevie, how do you see this ending up? How do you like your chances? First of all, let's start with the Lions. Now going down to Cape Town for the Stormers game. That is going to be absolutely massive.
Yeah, look, I do fancy our chances. I'll tell you what. First of all, I think the Stormers. I'll be interested to see the team they put out. It's a bit of a nothing game. They can't really, they can't catch the top four.
Yeah.
And they can't really fall out. Yeah, Ulster could potentially overtake them, but the rest of the teams can only sort of go level with them. So they can't really.
You only get a home semi-final if there's an upset in the quarter.
Yeah, and there will have to be a couple of and it'll have to be so it's they will have to rely on lots of different results, and I don't see any of those four at the top. They're really losing their quarterfinals at home. Yeah. They've been that good. So Stormers have got something to play for, but not nearly as much as the Lions, who are playing for everything. So it's going to be an interesting one. I do think the Lions have got a bit of momentum. I think that it's so frustrating. I look back, there's so many games the Lions have just come up short, and I look back at that Stormers game where the Stormers went well ahead. I think it was actually one of the first second games of the season. And they went well ahead, and Lions came back.
Gomezula try where he was just playing tiki-taka with the ball.
There's that one. And the Lions were nowhere, and they came back. And I think had they actually had about 2 or 3 more minutes, probably were going to win it the way they were coming back. So the Lions will know they can beat the Stormers. I don't think there's actually that much between the two teams this season. I think Stormers have been below their level, and Lions are playing. And I think one of the commentators said it and over the weekend. They said, it was a podcast I was listening to, and they said the Lions are a much better side than their log position suggests. And I think that even as a Lions fan, I think it's probably relatively true. I don't think the way we've played, we probably should be more where Ulster is for me than having to rely on other results to sneak in. We've played well enough to have gotten to top 8. We've gotten more points. We've gotten enough points that would have gotten us to top 8 both of the last 2 seasons.
I think you see while they played against Glasgow, and it's the classic frustration. It's like, why can't you do this all the time? And I think it would have been very interesting had Glasgow played Lions first instead of the Bulls first, because I do think there's a bit of fatigue there as well. It's really a massive fuck up from Glasgow that they didn't get that done against the Lions, because they would have thought so, and maybe they kind of took a sigh of relief as the red card happened and thought they could walk it home. But there was still a lot of time on the clock, and you guys absolutely blew them out of the water. So I think the Lions at their best, it's great to watch, right? JC Pretorius this weekend was unbelievable. Snella Humber still just cooking. Like
Warner van den Berg.
Playing well.
Nowhere, Rams McClanahan, who's basically, I think, played about 60 minutes the entire season, just comes in and actually, like, who's this guy? He's still not players. Comes in.
Van der Merwe things as well.
Oh yeah, no, standard. How he's not part of that Bockelheimen camp, I just don't know.
I think he will be soon.
Yeah.
If he puts on another season like this one, he'll have to be a part of the plans. He's not that old either. I think
he's still young. I think he's about 25.
Yeah.
But I think for me, he just fits that the profile so much of a obviously ridiculously good pace, but it's the work rate and it's the defense and it's the physicality the surprising physicality that he shows. A bit of sort of Currie Lawrence in him, in that he's deceptively strong.
Yeah.
And a good defender. So I think I'll be very surprised if we don't see him in and around that squad in the next couple of years.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's quickly look at what the fixtures are going to be for the final URC weekend. And this is only next weekend, not this weekend, but we'll get into it nonetheless. Leinster hosting Connacht. That's now a non-game for Connacht. And Leinster will be playing the week after, either becoming Champions Cup winners.
It's gonna be interesting. It's either going to be a potential hangover game in terms of, we won the Champions Cup, we've won, and almost our season's already done, in inverted commas.
God be with Connacht. Wow.
And then they lose that, and they've now buckled with the home semi.
Actually, to be honest,
if they got another season without silverware, it will be absolutely mental.
Yeah, it'll be phenomenal. I hope and pray it happens.
Right, and we are back for the final half of the Challenge Cup rugby this season. It is the Sharks leading Gloucester 16 points to 3. What a first half it was from the South Africans, but they will need to be as good, if not even better, maybe, if they are to emerge victorious and lift some silverware, the first bit of silverware in the Marco Mazzotti era, really. And they're 40 minutes away from doing it. So, yeah, I mean, it's in their hands. They've got a 13-point lead. They've played well. They have played well, but they can't switch off now. You know, and the last thing they can do now is concede early. Going to some of the comments during half time. Andy saying, excellent, thanks so much. Great weekend of rugby happening. David says, Harrison seems to be okay. An artificial pitch negates the weather. And David saying, Lions seem to be the breeding ground for good players that thrive in other teams. Well, actually, to be fair, they kind of do thrive in the Lions as well. I mean, it's not like they just don't play well for the Lions. They just kind of get poached. But yes, yeah, I get what you're saying. Anyway, so Gloucester will get things underway. They were playing right to left in this half. And once again, they are targeting Apele Fassi, who is put under a lot of pressure off the kickoff there. A lot of Gloucester players trying to get over that. And going off their feet apparently. So we'll concede an early penalty, giving the Sharks a free exit. Not the start that Gloucester would have wanted. They would have stayed a long time in the change, talking about starting well, getting the front foot, conceding a penalty off the bat. Probably not what was discussed. So, in terms of what needs to happen for the Sharks, they've got to try and score first. I think if Gloucester score first, they'll suddenly feel they can come back, get a bit of momentum. Sharks, if they were to score a try first, then I think that obviously it becomes their game to lose. There's a change, by the way, for Gloucester. The number 2 the entire front row has been replaced. Santiago Sacchino, Michael Vivas, and Currie Godvetsev have come on, and it's an interesting change. Obviously, the starting front row was being absolutely hammered by Oxenchair and the likes. But we expect to maybe potentially even see this kind of play because there was no way they were ever going to match that front row. Speaking of matching, this is a fantastic Rolling Moya from the Sharks. They go past the halfway line. Bongi Benambi still controlling things. Grant Williams there and does get the ball available eventually, trying to dig for it, looking for Francois Fenders at first receiver. And it'll be a turnover ball. So actually, after a fantastic maul, Gloucester done very well to keep it in and turn it over. Yeah, and it's the captain, Lewis Ludlaw, who it's Clash Morse doesn't have to do anything, doesn't have to release or anything like that. Now, big moment over here. Brand new front row for Gloucester. The question is, can they match, contain, just not see a penalty against this rampant Sharks front row who are filled with confidence at the moment. Big moment in the game, this. That's a much now putting advantage for Gloucester. So all of a sudden already that change looking to be a good one. And they put a kick behind, and they're going to go back for the penalty towards the halfway line. They forced the Sharks coaching staff into making their own changes earlier than they were planning to in the game. Right, so they go to the corner here, and full of confidence all of a sudden, yeah, we've lost after that scrum. Right, so a line just outside the 22, and a big opportunity this year for Gloucester. From a neutral, you kind of almost want them to score and make it an interesting game. You know, there's nothing worse than a runaway final. If you're a Sharks fan, cool, you want to have a runaway final. I mean, I'd like to see the Sharks win, but at the same time, I'd like to see excitement. You know, I'm here to report an excitement. So, an early Gloucester try, seeing Sharks being rattled a little bit from an entertainment point of view. Oh, well, Grant Williams has intercepted. I'll tell you what, if he gets a bit of space, no one's going to catch him. Somebody eventually does. Gets the offload away to James Fenter, who's done very, very well. Presents it well as well to Grant Williams, who fires out to Masuku. They've got the numbers. They've got the numbers. Down the left-hand side there. Goes to upper left. Fassy. Fassy goes to the... No, just gives to himself. Pick up and go to Mapimpy. Sharks. This is coast to coast from them. Grant Williams now going to Superman. Vincent Koch. Very good early work this year. Right in the back and the front foot. Now, Retchekabaditz went chain. Met hard in the tackle. And penalty advantage here for the Sharks as well. Still a penalty advantage here for the Sharks. Be interesting to see what they do once they do get that penalty. Evan Etzebeth now. Good tackle on him. And somebody trying to get over the ball. So, no, they'll continue to play. Ball eventually available for Grant Williams. Masuku's lurking. Fires out to Fassy. Fassy's going to go for the little kick in behind to Bernard Koch. It's overcooked. Well overcooked. So I'll go back for the penalty. Right, question now. I think I should go to the corner, yeah, with the Sharks. It's right in the corner. It's not very kickable, yeah, from Masuku. Although the way it's kicking, I suppose you can probably kick from anywhere. But kicking into the corner, you get a try here, and you're so on top. You've got so much momentum. Good already more than so far. Just short chair. They're going to have to use it. Now Grant Williams recovers the ball and is held up. So it's good defense here from Gloucester. Vincent Tuka's taken out. They're about 7 meters out here are the Sharks. Looking for an early score. Oxen chair, pick up and go. Desperate defense here from Gloucester. Cannot afford to concede a try here. Ball available here for Vincent Koch. Strong carry there, but then turned back. I think it's by Rowan Ackerman. James Fenter, he's been very good today. But once again, good defense here from Gloucester. Looking a lot better so far this half from a defensive point of view. That's a nice big hit there on Mongi Manambi. And I think it's actually been turned over, yeah. Or has Oxen Chair come away with it? I think it's been turned over. And it will be a turnover ball here. Big moment in the game, that from Gloucester. They were right on the front foot. Turnover ball here from that interception. That is a large human. If their front row struggles continue, throw him in the front row. You don't even need the rest of it. Just throw him in there. And I think it was Ron Ackerman who got that turnover. Big moment in the game, that. Sharks with a lot of momentum. And again, if they've scored there, the game's almost gone. But one of the Sharks coaches on the mic. Yeah, it doesn't sound like Neil Powell. Right, so we had an early penalty here from the scrum time for Gloucester, so an opportunity now for them to try and get another one. David's saying, I just feel it goes to show how important the coaches are. A team of this talent with huge gun should walk this. Be interesting to see where it went wrong in the URC with this bunch. Well, I think they are growing. Big acquisitions next year. Trevor Nyakane, Jordan Hendrickson, Emmanuel Chituka, Andrea Esterhazen, ticking a lot of boxes. So very interesting to see how things go next year. They will obviously have a better campaign. I've got no doubt about that. There's just too much talent not to, really. I have a reset here. So I'm just apparently a couple of issues here with the stream. So I want to make sure. Just let me know if you all are hearing me all right and stuff like that. So I think that was a bit of an issue I was having earlier. So just if you could just let me know if it's all working your side. I think it is. Nothing seems to be going wrong my side. But if you could just let me know, that would be highly appreciated. Another scrum here. Englefield with ball in hand. He's the one with the only points for Gloucester so far from that range kick. Oh, a penalty from the Sharks. That's very interesting. Ball hadn't even gone in yet. Holding back is the call there. Now the Sharks can take the points there and make it a 16-point game. That's a very big call in the game. A massive one. Putting in, apparently holding back is the call. It's a brave one to make from the referee because first of all, this gives Sharks 3 points. Yeah, you're not happy there. You don't often see that call being made. Again, the fact that the ball hadn't even gone in is an interesting one. It's a big one to make, but the Sharks will benefit. And Sina Masuku with probably his easiest kick off of the day. As the clock gets to towards 15 minutes, it will be 19 points to the Sharks, 3 for Gloucester. So if they are to win this final, Gloucester will have to come from behind. And it'll be an epic comeback if they were to do it. They're 16 points down, more than 2 converted tries. And they go short there, and very well taken that from Francois Fenter. Right, and the kick there is well taken there from Santiago Carreras. Half an hour to go. Zach Mercer. Deep inside their own half here, Gloucester. Interesting to see how the tactics might change this half. Got to try and avoid the scrums. Well, they did have a good scrum earlier. But Englefield going to the boots, and Johnny May is giving chase, leading the charge. They play Varsity underneath it. He's looking to try and run himself. Steps away from one, spins away from another. Fleet-footed is Apelele Varsity. Tricky customer with ball in hand. Ready to take up a D-square chair. A little bit more direct. Couple of blockers here from Grant Williams. Now he's going to go to the boot. Oh, that's a great. Well, I'll tell you what, he's lost the ball in contact. Knock on as well. He's gone down here as Carreras. And it's going to be a penalty for the Sharks. He's down in a lot of pain there, is Carreras. It was almost a fantastic take. Almost one of us not taking out in the air yet, to be honest. Right, looks like he's I think he's winded, yeah, Santiago Carreras, the Argentinian, plays more far than fullback, really. So taking a bit of time here to get him sorted. So it looks like it should be okay to continue. The Sharks meanwhile with a penalty, which is kickable. So I reckon Sina Masuku's going to have another shot at goal here. And I think this final is slowly slipping away here from Gloucester. Agency, the Sharks came with a game plan and well all into final 30. Yeah, look, they have, but also I think it's been a Sharks performance that we haven't seen. And I kept mentioning in my week build-up. So I don't think I'll really go back on my... I don't think that Gloucester, for example, weren't the favourites. I think they were. But I think we're finally seeing a potential 80-minute performance from the Sharks, which we haven't seen this season. So, look, yeah, pick your time to do it, don't they? So, Siemasuku now, there's just under half an hour left to try and make it a 19-point game. And he will. And of course he will. He is so, so good off the tee. 22 points to 3. 19 points the margin. 28 minutes left. Sharks fans, euphoric. Gloucester fans, not quite the same, isn't it? I mean, how are they going to win a trophy after the season they've had? It's actually bullshit. You shouldn't be allowed to be this bad and then come away with the trophy. Grant Williams lifting it high, completely giving chase. Oh, not forward there from Santiago Carreras. And one back from the Sharks. Oxen chair goes to Grant Williams. He fires to Masuku. Masuku chip over the top towards Fussy. Where's that going to bounce? Fussy does regather. It's a good hit on him though. But Vincent Koch is there. Quick ball here for Grant Williams. Down the left-hand side. Bit of space there. Cropler going to Etzebeth. Etzebeth. Ball over the top to Mapimpi. Mapimpi's got James Spector. Is he going to need him? He is. Oh, he should have offloaded. Oh, come on, Makazole. That was a try. That was the final. That was done. But they're still on the front foot here. Etzebeth thought about taking it, leaving it, then eventually Williams going to Pes Boudelais. Goes to Vincent Tutuka. Desperate defense now for Gloucester. They cannot afford to concede a try now. Grant Williams popping up. And Varsity under the poles. Game, set, and match, I reckon. 27 points to 3. The Sharks, one hand on the trophy, 25 to go, and that should do it. Where's the Sharks been all season? That's the question. That is the question. And just this final pass there to Fussy, who had the initial break earlier with that chip over the top and Siemasuku. Yeah, I should have. I mean, Pimpi just pops that defense and they go over anyway. So this is why they did score. But that's great pass to Fussy. Nobody in front of him. Under the poles he goes. And that should surely be it. Has to be it. Well, if you're gonna pick a game to bring out the best performance of the season, the final is probably it. It does, however, mean that the Lions are gonna have to finish 7th in the URC. Not sure how we're managing that. Now just waits for that clock to run down to Siemasuku and then just pops it over. 29 points to 3 with 25 minutes to go. They're gonna have to score more than a point a minute for the rest of the game. Gloucester, they're going to have any chance of a stage A comeback. And they are going to the bench, as you'd imagine. So who is going off here? I think that could be Rowan Ackerman actually is making way. We'll be back there next season. There was talks about him potentially making a move, but he has opted to remain at Gloucester. Oh, it's a bit of a messy restart there. Gloucester come away with it. And a penalty for Gloucester. Thought about taking it quickly. There is a change in the scrum half. Stephen Vine will see out the game. A couple of other subs here. It looks like Tsui is on. The big lad. What other changes have we got? Yeah, they got to go to the corner. They can't afford not to, really. I mean, they're going to have to score 3 tries and convert them just to be within a converted try of taking the lead. Can't afford to muck around. Well, I'll tell you what, that's another more that's mucking around. Goodness me, that's massive. And they're over. Well, I'll tell you what, how's that for an impact? Albert Visi is on, and that maul lasted about 3.2 seconds. Gloucester hit back. Is there yet life in this final? I highly doubt it. I think it's too much. If they hadn't scored a try now, it's amazing. They didn't score a try there, and it remained at, 22, then 22 points to 8. All of a sudden becomes a 12-point game. Mathematically, a little bit more sort of comfortable, but you can see the try like there, and yeah, such a big road back. It would actually be probably the biggest like choke moment ever. Adrian's skipper is saying forwards play on another level. Christopher says the Free State to the Cheetahs team also contributed great players who played franchise rugby for other teams and also Springbok rugby through their transfers. The current Sharks team are former Cheetahs. Yeah, look, I mean, Oxen Chair is a member of that. Siamasuku. Somebody else as well. I'm forgetting here. That was a great rolling more. Goodness me. The kick was also good, by the way. So what was 22 points to 3 has become 29 points to 10 within 5 minutes. So that's a big moment in Gloucester. They finally managed to get past the try line. Probably a little bit too little too late, but they've still got 20 minutes. Another quick try. The problem is they need another 2 quick tries. And even then, they're only in it. They're not ahead. They're just in it. Contestable there, and Varsity underneath of the try scorer, and contesting the rucks now are Gloucester, hitting a couple of rucks, trying to get a couple more people involved. And I think stepping up a little bit here, Gloucester, from a physical point of view, they've been out-muscled the entire night, so they've needed to. And where's this been, really? Now, Grant Williams goes, and I think that's a little bit too deep, actually. No, it's actually perfect, and it's been spilled forward, so that's a nice moment there. Sharks now on the counter-attack. Masuku going for the cross kick. Oh, my word. He's done it. He has done it. Sia Masuku has found Makazolo Mapimpi. That'll be that. That will be that. Sia the Sauce Masuku. Take a bloody bow. That is phenomenal. Currie goes up, makes the mistake. Quick turnover ball here. And then bang, sees the space, points it, and it's pin perfect. Pimpy just runs onto it so easily. Yeah. That is so good. And then, of course, Masuki just adds the extra. So they just cancel out that Gloucester try. 26 points is how this remains. Look, 46 points in a final is very cool as well to see, by the way. I think that's Etzebeth, about to say, getting some running repair. They'll be very surprised if you're going to sub Eben Etzebeth in the final with less than 20 minutes to go. And it's going to be a scrum for Gloucester. So they've actually been very competitive off the kickoffs, to be fair. Yeah, it's such a great try. Sia Masuku with the sauce. With the sauce. Big scrum, big hugs there from Plumtree and Neil Powell. And won the scrum, and they put it all the way back as Currie had to go back to get it. And they've conceded a penalty, and I reckon the Sharks will take the 3 here. Yeah, no, and I'm sure Masuki will just take the 3 here. Just add the points here. Just rack it up. No need. Oh, they're gonna go for the clock. I suppose. I mean, you can try and run the clock down, but I'll just take the points. Take every single point on offer. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? Yeah, it's a pretty clear penalty there from Adam Hastings. He just obstructs Grant Williams. Yep, that sums it up. Head on the stand there from some of the Gloucester fans, and Sia Masuku, who is 100% off the tee so far tonight, is looking to make this a 29-point game. See the source? Oh my word, he's missed one. That's a dreadful kick, actually, to be fair. It's a horrendous kick. And it's the first one he's missed. Not that it's really going to make much of a difference. Brandon Crobler was getting some treatment, but he's back on his feet. He wants to continue. Sharks, I don't think have made a single sub yet. So are they going to empty their bench in the last 15 minutes or something? It's very, very weird. The ball's come loose there and then knocked forward from Gloucester. So knock on advantage and then a knock on from Varsity. Then try to chip and chase. So it'll be a Shark scrum. It's just not happened tonight. And it's been a one hell of a dominant performance here from the Sharks. I've been very impressed. Very, very impressed. Well, there goes Ron Ackerman. He leaves the park, but he will be back. Jack Clement is the man to replace him. I was straight to Ron Ackerman. You come to the Lions, mate. That's what you get. You come to the Lions. You know, you could have had a decent end of season. You know, come and have a nice pilot. That's a big scrum coming from Gloucester. My goodness. But thankfully for the Sharks, Carl Williams does manage to get the ball out. Now they go to the left-hand side. Ethan Hooker, he's had a bit of a quiet night. That's a much better run from him. There's a bit of a spring in the step here all of a sudden here from Gloucester. Where's it been the entire game? And I think they're going to go back for a Gloucester penalty. Surely not. Sharks penalty. Wheeling the scrum. That's an interesting call. Still no subs from the Sharks. Bizarre. I mean, 66 minutes, not a single sub. I mean, you got 26 points over here. I think you could probably afford to put some subs on. But looking for the only more are the Sharks. Bongi Manambi, and the ball's come loose and it's been knocked forward. So it will be a Gloucester scrum, but 40 minutes on the clock. Well, as I asked earlier, should Masuku get a Springbok call-up? It's a resounding yes, with 82% of just shy of 450 votes saying yes, he should. You can see some very dejected Gloucester fans there, and fair enough. You get to a final, after a long season, and just can't get over the final hurdle. It's the absolute worst. I'm a Lions fan. I watched us lose 3 Super Rugby finals in a row. Absolutely heartbreaking. Yeah, as been mentioned on the comms there, they've kind of been a bit of a club of close but no cigar, really, have Gloucester. This is the third time in the last 7 or 8 years that they have been in the Challenge Cup final, and not won it in a long, long time. But Sharks, well, first of all, they get a trophy. Second of all, this is Champions Cup qualification, arguably even more important than the trophy itself. But is that going to screw the Lions? Probably. The bloody bastards. To scrub, yeah. A couple of the Sharks. I don't even think they're going to use most of their bench here, That's Fez and Bart's being ready, as well as Hanayako. So maybe we're looking to replace the front row. But I don't know, the other replacements are not even going to be bothered to be used. It's bizarre. Big carry off the back of that from Ethan Hooker. That's a big carry there from Ibanezabir. Now, Oxen Chair, bit of energy in him, still going. I mean, even that, to see the front row still going at 70 minutes is mental. Now, on the left-hand side, jab through by Apple Lefassi, playing a bit of a territory game. That's a very good kick. Yeah, just pinning Gloucester back there. And here we go. There's a new front row from the Sharks. They finally make their first change in the 71st minute. That's bizarre. I don't think I've ever seen that. In a final, to not make a single change until 70 minutes is absolutely insane. But, if there's 3 people that have probably won the Sharks the game, it is probably these 3. That scrum was ridiculous. Absolutely mental. It changed the game. It genuinely changed the game. Now, on the short side, go Gloucester, almost an interception. That would have been the cherry on top, wouldn't it? Clement now, and a penalty here for Gloucester. Just playing for pride at this stage. When you go back to Super Rugby, this is week footy. Mate, this is the second tier competition. So let's just pipe down a little bit. This is the Challenge Cup because the Sharks were good enough to get into the Champions Cup last season. So just pedal to the metal a little bit, yeah. Mate, like, these Sharks are not beating Toulouse or Leinster tomorrow, for example. And no, they are definitely. I'm sorry. The Aussie and the All Blacks franchise looking stronger. Have you watched Super Rugby, bro? Oh, the kick from Johnny May. I tell you what, is something in the race? I'll tell you, it's not. It's going to be in vain. But Stephen Varney has scored a sensational try. That's a great try. If you're going to go out fighting. Oh, the commentary reckons it's offside. Yeah, that's onside there. It's a great try. Absolutely great try. Oh, I actually don't think... Yeah, they are going to check it now. They're just taking it, but they are going to check. So there's actually might be chalked. I'll just leave it, man. And this might be chalked off. Oh, come on, guys. Just let them have it. It's such a cool try. A little volley there from Johnny May. The pace from Varney. Ah, it's been chalked off. Oh, I'm sad about that. Sad about that because it was such a cool try. All right, well. Oh, this is a bit like Shane when they were being beaten like 85-0 or the other was, and then they went for the 3. And they missed. You gotta feel sorry for the fans have put it through all this season, the poor Gloucester ones. It's been a tough time for them. That's a nice running more from the Sharks. 7.5 minutes left on the clock. Cameron Wright now on, so a couple more replacements here for Sharks. There's Honor Jacobs. Oh, not a lot of replacements though. I think it's just the front row and Cameron Wright. James Fenter, he's been a bit of an unsung hero tonight. Taking it quickly, and Werner Cox gone flying back trying to keep that in, and he has kept it in. That's really good. I mean, to put that kind of effort in the 74th minute sums up Werner Cox. It really does. He's relentless. He's absolutely relentless. But I think he's actually carried that back in the end. So I think he's undone all the good work he did. Grant Williams, a bit of ice on his leg. He was electric the entire evening. And now it'll be a turnover ball. Yeah, it'll be a scrum for Gloucester. Well, and that is the end of the Johnny May era at Gloucester. He has made way, and he will not be returning next season. So that's a big moment for him. Not the way he would have wanted to have gone out, though. Right on the right-hand side there. Oh, that's a big touch there. Tackle on Max Llewellyn. Oh, that's another big tackle. Look at physicality. The physicality still here from the Sharks is very impressive. Chris Harris now. And just can't gather, I don't think. Well, they did actually. Oh, look at the hands. Now a bit of space. Ball back inside. Oh, I tell you what. Well, there it is. That try will not be chalked off. So Cheeto's gone over. When they've scored in style here of Gloucester. That one will stand. And that's a good try. Great handling. Very unselfish play there by all of those players there. Hastings now trying to quickly take this. I mean, it's far, far too late. But, yeah, go down swinging. Go down swinging. Because why not? Nothing to lose, anything to gain, really. Yeah, and he pops it over. Good work that from him. Right, 19 points to 36. It's been a good final. High scoring. Can't complain from an entertainment point of view. Seen some plenty of good rugby. Decent crowd as well. I mean, such a big stadium. Interested to see. I reckon tomorrow will be absolutely jam-packed. Leinster versus Toulouse should be an absolute cracker of a final. Yeah, just having a check here, but it all looks fine. Right, down the right-hand side. Zach Mercer. And Lapisavis Kapney on the park. And he's lost it 4 there, Mercer. So turnover boy and took a great offload there. Dylan Richardson, who's also on the park. Richardson's just short here. Oh, the Sharks going to do it once again and just completely cancel out the Gloucester try and score themselves. Cameron Wright caught on the ball. And a penalty there for Gloucester. Not the right decision, I think, for Cameron Wright. On the right-hand side, 2.5 minutes left and a bit of a wraparound. Good hands. Well, they were yet to have the final say, potentially. Well, I suppose, you could look back in a few years' time and think it was a close final. It really wasn't. It was never really close. Great tackle there from Etzebeth. He's come up quickly and made the hit. That's good work there. I think it's Max Llewellyn, but over the ball there. And turned over by Cameron Wright. And then returned over. No, ball available there. Finch's Tuka. Long pass. Oh, the hands now. Dylan Richardson, but a bit of space. Dylan Richardson through the middle. Looking for options. Gets the chicken wing pass away, but Currie Bosch can't hang on. Chris Harris hammered in the tackle. Knock-on advantage. Zach Mercer. Caught on the ball by a lot of Sharks bodies. Ball available. They can look to run inside the own 22. They have to, really. They've got the numbers as well, to be fair. Draw and pass. Long pass out wide. Steps back inside. There is Chris Harris. Needs options. This is going to be a try. It's going to be a runaway try here for Gloucester. Oh, where's this been, really, is what the fans will be thinking. They're going to finish on a flourish. The damage was done a long time ago. That's it's another great try, end to end, and it's a good, just won't curve enough there. So 22 points, 36 is how it probably will remain for the rest of the game. Could have been 24 to 36. Again, finished with a flourish, but where's that been the entire game? That's tired bodies there, to be fair, from the Sharks. They put it all on the line, and it's just caught up to them in the end. A deep restart there. Zach Mercer underneath. It's going to have to bash it up once again. They can't afford to kick this to Gloucester. Can they maybe find one more try? I mean, 29 points, 36 would be remarkable. But I'd be very surprised. Again, they'll have to go coast to coast. And they've left it behind there. Good hands. And that's not great hands. All the way behind inside the try line. Big tackle there coming from Cameron Wright. Chris Harris now running from behind their own try line. Long pass on wide to Zach Mercer, got a bit of space. Time is up. Sharks are the champions. They just need to get to the end now. Currie is looking for options. They can barely get outside there. That's a ground left behind. There it is. Oh, well, maybe injured. Honor Jacobs will not get the grounding. Will be held up. Well, in one of the worst Sharks, what threatened to be one of the worst Shark seasons, has finished with a trophy. Absolutely mental. They are the champions. They will be in the Champions Cup. What an incredible game that was from the Sharks. A torrid URC season, written off for most of the season, and I'll tell you what, they've rocked up when it's counted. What a performance that is. People, thank you very much for joining me. We'll see you guys all next time. We'll be live tomorrow for the Champions Cup final, so make sure you come and join us. But yeah, before you leave, please do smash the like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well.